Meters and deploy them throughout the city. So we're 14 years later and we're already having to replace these meters that we spend a lot of money on. And so probably then we should have enacted some type of fee to pay for the overall ongoing replacement cost of these meters as they wear out. But I guess better late than never.
How many meters do we have?
Roughly 5,000 across the city.
So, if I understood you right, so that even the fee is still not going to cover, even over time, probably cover the whole cost of it, but it will help recover some of the cost of it.
Well, and the more people that move into the city over the years and years to come or whatever, of course you have more meters, you have more fees. We may need to raise that fee at some point in the future, just because these meters will increase in cost. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So that will have to be looked at down the road. Right now, I think this will cover us. The monthly revenue that this will generate would likely make a loan payment if the council chose to do something like that, to go ahead and replace all the meters at once. This would probably make a loan payment per month. I hope we don't have to do that, as we'll talk about here in just a little bit on the bidding for meters. But I think that would be a revenue stream that could cover a loan payment, debt service.
Well, and then, I mean, the technology on these is moving forward so that at some point they're supposed to be able to just be read from the city without driving through, right?
That's true, and we have been told that already, that
yeah.
the water clerk could actually take readings from her computer
without
in office.
That's what I've heard.
Right.
My source at my house tells me that that's where they're going. Which would be nice. I mean, because then you look at the there's a cost savings there too. So
There definitely is, and it's something. These meters have been failing a lot faster than we anticipated they would fail.
And we're not the only city that's had issues with the current meter that's in place.
No.
So how much are we right now spending to replace meters a month?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, when
I know that each meter, the ones that we currently have, I know they're running between $400 and $500.
So we're down line. I know $6 a month is small and grand overall it takes, but I'm just trying to see where this.
And these are just numbers.
If we do if you got 5,000 meters at $6 a piece, right? If that's kind of where we're. That's $30,000 a piece. Didn't do that times 12. That's $360,000 a year. Multiply that by lifespan of these meters have been what?
15 years.
About 15 years.
Some of them not even that.
Yeah.
I would say 10 years.
Yeah.
It's 3.6 million. And they're going to go up, but I think that's going to. I would. Some would assume that would. You said if we replaced everything today, it'd be about $7 million. Right?
I mean, I
was trying to.
Yeah, no, and I like the concept that depending on the size meter, you have the same kind of concept of where we're going with our rates. We don't have a commercial rate,
I'd almost see it as a residential, commercial, industrial.
Well, but then you've got your residential who wants a bigger one because they want to water their entire lawn, and that's a.
Is that a different hookup?
I think
residential hookups are almost the same all across the board.
Residential, but not commercial. I would definitely go with meter size, because you're talking a lot more expense for us to be able to purchase a commercial meter, 4-inch, 5-inch.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to, but So all residential are gonna have the same, they're gonna be the 2-inch.
5/8, they could be 5/8, could be 1 inch.
Water sprinkling system has a units, and then you go to 5/8 for the house.
I mean, but it's about meter, so this is about meter replacement, not water usage.
Meter replacement and maintenance.
And
Yeah,
maintenance of the meter.
correct.
And I'd rather see more penalization against, find a way to, I say penalize, find a way to hit industry, commercial, and business more, and keep the residential as low as possible.
How much are these meters costing now, the average?
The ones we're using right now,
The new ones proposed.
roughly 550.
So,
Yeah.
if you're buying a 1-inch meter, or a meter for a 1-inch line, is that the same exact meter, or is it a different meter than you would buy if I have a 5/8?
It would be different, the orifice would be different, as well.
Different attachments.
So they
Yeah.
charge different for it though, right?
They're more expensive.
Okay,
The
that's what I'm
larger
just
you
double
get, the
checking,
more
yeah.
expensive, yes.
Right. Okay, so it's not an arbitrary reason you have a difference in cost, because with the connector is a different size, and of course they're going to charge a little different fee.
Correct.
Okay.
So at that rate, if it was $550 a meter and we were about $30,000 a month, and those meters were $550 per meter, that would be just the meter cost alone. If it didn't go up, that would be replacing meters about every 8.3 years. So as the meter cost goes up, that probably don't stretch that. So it takes about over 8 years to replace all the meters we currently have at that rate. And that's just basically the cost of the meters. That's no expense for the installation of those meters, those type of things. So
We do that, right?
we do that, yeah. So
But they've got electronics in them now, and that's what's doing it. I mean, that's the difference,
Not
right?
installing it, he's talking about installation.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's the reason why is when you put electronics in, there's a lot more variable and a lot more reasons it could go bad. And it is what it is, but I mean, you have to plan for it. I mean,
The public works authorities, cities across the state, need to come out basically even. You know, we either raise our water rates or we introduce a fee. Otherwise, we will not be able to cover our water delivery in a few more years if we don't do something.
Correct.
So I'm pretty reluctant to introduce a new fee to our residents. But eventually our water customers are going to pay for it one way or the other. I mean, our city's going to pay for it, and our residents are going to pay for it. So you're proposing that we put something in place now to find a break-even point, and the alternative proposal from Mr. Clay would be, can we put, does that, you know,
Well, I would say
can our businesses afford to?
we either do that or we absorb it in usage rates, so we actually just increase our rates to encompass the focus. That way, those that are using the resource more are paying more for what it is. But
6 of one, half dozen the other. But what's more understandable and understanding the reason behind it when I'm looking at my bill.
I'm just hesitant to add fees, but I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm just wanting to talk it out and make sure we all understand exactly what we're doing.
So then the other option, then, if we say we don't want to do that, then is when we come out with our rate study, then we need to tack it into that. Then
It's going to have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, no, I should. No, I'm not disagreeing.
No, I know. I'm just saying these would be our two options, right? So which of those would work best and easiest? And maybe it is put it in the rate, you know.
No, either way, everybody's paying you something.
Right.
Either way, you're either paying $6 extra a month for a fee, or $5.50 or whatever it is, or you're paying a little extra per gallon of water you use. If staff thinks that the fee structure is the best way, I mean, I guess that way you could we could vote to increase that fee at a later time when meters, or decrease if for some reason it.
I don't think so. If we keep
Yeah.
these funds separate and we buy replacement meters out of this fund, and we can keep track and we can kind of see whether our amount that we're getting is too high or too low, or
Yeah.
what we're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, then if we come in 5 years and we've got a surplus, then we can back down the fee some to balance it back out.
So these would be designated funds only for meters, or are they going to be designated funds only for water use?
Meter replacement and maintenance.
So how much of that, for staff, we'll have to figure out how much that would need to go to maintenance. I don't think it would all be just for the purchase of meters.
Right.
But it would give us something a little bit more detailed than that we could follow a little bit better on a regular basis. And there may come a point in time as we get further on down the road that we get all these replaced and things are doing good. We don't have a huge need at that time, but then it's like our current meters. They're electronic. Electronics have failing on them, and so then we have to go out and manually read those meters because electronics no longer work. So we're kind of facing this phenomenon. We've lost some over the years, but it's really starting to ramp up now. And I would anticipate it'll probably do the same with any electronic meters you get. But this seems to be the way most communities are dealing with this, whether right or wrong. Staff looked at numerous other communities that were. Oklahoma City doesn't, do they not?
They do, and they're on this scale here of different sizes. You have a lot of cities that they just institute a fee and that's it, no matter what size your meter may be. Yeah.
But then you're having, which I don't prefer that, because then it's averaged out and we're helping pay for commercial 8-inch.
That's correct.
And I don't want to do that.
And that's exactly right now the way our water rates are.
Right.
Thus the reason for a water rate study. Not only that, but that's one of the reasons. We want to make sure that businesses, retail, commercial, that are the higher end users of our water are paying their fair share versus a resident.
Right. I'm not looking to make money off using my water.
Kevin, sorry to belabor this, but at what point is it probably obviously a commercial application? I mean, do any of our residents use 6-inch or 4-inch?
No, usually anything probably over 2-inch would go commercial.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add, we currently do not have a specific historical cost just on meter maintenance.
Yeah.
The way the budget has been done since I started working here and long before, the utility system has covered it all. Line maintenance, meter maintenance, anything like that. Jim had requested for Kevin to separate those kinds of entities next year, but it won't begin until July 1st. We don't have any historical cost. My point of that being is, if you want to do a separate fund, I just urge you to be careful so that the language in the fund covers what we need, because we are already paying for the maintenance out of utility system maintenance. I like the idea of a meter replacement fund, because that gets pretty expensive, especially if we're wanting to move towards. But I just urge you to take into consideration, meter maintenance might not be.
Be hard to track.
Right now, I couldn't tell you how much we still meter maintenance for like.
Is there a way, a path forward to be able to do that?
Yes, next year Jim had proposed to Kim, Jim had gone to Kevin or his commission to break that too, because a large chunk of his budget is utility system maintenance, and he asked Kevin if he could break it down between maintenance or between things needed for the water plant, for water lines, and so on and so forth. So starting next year, there would be some trackable history. Right now, it would take a lot.
Next
Yes.
year meaning
July
right away.
Kevin supported him in his endeavor, so we're going to give a shot.
Next
No,
fiscal
it's
year.
good.
Yeah. And this would be a perfect time to put in meter maintenance as a budget line item.
Right.
And then the revenues, we could pull from that.
And it is a budget expense line item.
Correct. Yeah.
But it's, that's a good.
Okay. Well, I like that. Like I said, it's a zero-sum game. It's got to be able to pay for it. So.
I have a question. When you originally set a meter, so I'm building a house or I'm building a commercial business, am I just doing a where's that come from? I mean, what do they pay to do that?
The builder has to buy the meter, not us.
They buy the meter, and then going forward, I'm paying monthly for that prospective replacement in 10 years, 8 years, 12 years, or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's an impact fee, of course, associated with that connection.
Okay.
That goes for our overall
Right.
system.
Which impacts fees, you know, those, I mean, I wasn't around when that was established, but I would guess that those impact fees are typically used for water line construction, things of that nature, not water meters.
Right.
So we need to be able to focus on using those funds, and we haven't been able to do that. Not like we need to.
We need to be able to put more, upgrade water lines, put
Absolutely.
more lines in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Desperately need that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said this is the exact, what Oklahoma City uses,
This is Shawnee's.
Okay,
This is the type of system, though, that Oklahoma City uses, Shawnee uses,
okay,
as far as meter size and rates established with that. And let me tell council too, I'm not married to those rates. Those are rates that came from Shawnee. So, you know, that's probably about average of what is going on out there, but there are lesser rates. Keep in mind, we do have 5,000 meters.
right,
And it's like the mayor said, 8.3 years roughly to replace all of our meters if we keep on a replacement.
I'm not proposing we wait, but wouldn't it help us? You just engaged a study for total water infrastructure cost, right? We've engaged a group to give us consulting
It's for our rates, yes.
for our rates.
A rate study.
Oh, so this is independent of that.
Yes,
That's just rate study.
rate study.
Okay, I'm with you.
so really, we're gonna take historically what's working for somebody else, and then I would say at a year, we evaluate, so now where do we sit after a year? Because we're probably gonna have to replace a lot of this stuff. I mean, we're right to be replacing a bunch of them, right? And then
We
look at
currently
it,
are.
look at it annually to say, where are we sitting with this? What's ahead of us? What's, you know, so we would review it annually to see where the fund sits at.
Right.
We could possibly reduce the fee.
Right.
It's possible. It's possible.
I'd like to be on the council that does that.
Well, I mean, I would say it's probably after, I mean, we know that we've had problematic issues, so maybe after we get some of those finally all replaced, we may be sitting in a better spot, but it'll take a few years to get done.
I think you're probably 3 to 5 years before you get a realistic average.
Yeah. I think so too.
And during that time, we're gonna probably replace more than normal. And then hopefully it'll slow down and maybe the fee can be adjusted at that point in time. But if we have it separated out into a separate
We're
account,
starting this at the end of life
yeah.
Right,
instead of.
right.
Are you breaking contract?
Yep, I can. Any public comment concerning this agenda item? Please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Chris Thone, and I'm just curious if this would give us an opportunity to go to well water instead of city water. Would that be a possibility?
I don't believe so.
No.
I don't think that's I don't think this in any way addresses our ordinance.
Oh, okay. Well, I figured, you know, if people did go to a well, it might save the city some, you know, money on meters and that kind of deal. I'd like to get on there, but it doesn't seem like it's a possibility.
But
Can you give me your address real quick?
Yeah, 1700 South Rockwell Avenue.
Thank you.
any other public comment? Here's the motion.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 9, establishment of a meter fee for maintenance and replacement of water meters. Although I have a question, is there further anything we need to develop around that, or will you guys develop kind of a policy of what fits under that umbrella exactly? Because you said there were other things like, would like labor and replacement fall under that? Would they parse that out? Things like that. Like, does that need to be, or do we just say, hey, we're gonna let you establish it, we can use this cost, and then you develop whatever falls under that?
Yeah, for budget purposes, we wouldn't separate that out. Here's the money, and labor and materials would come out of the same pot.
Okay.
And would that be at the rates proposed by council that you're showing?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes,
Staff,
with at the, using the table that's proposed by staff.
Motion to have a second?
I'll second.
Motion second for approval
Name on that.
of item number 9 with the rates proposed by staff.
Which part again?
Time out. To begin July 1.
Oh, yes, to begin effective July.
Your second okay with that? All right, motion is second. Beginning July 1.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Ness.
Yes. Item number 10, discussion of possible action for authorization to advertise for bids for replacement water meters.
So we have met with several companies. Water department has it. Jeanette and I have met with 2 or 3 of them that they brought in. Basically, water meters out there, they're all very close in nature. I mean, construction and things like that. There are some that are with their electronics and things that are different. So we would like to go out to bid for this. And the way that we would like to try and do this bid procedure, or at least request, is that whatever company receives this, is awarded the bid, that we would be able to replace these on a monthly basis. In other words, their contract or their agreement would allow for us to replace on a monthly basis up to so many per month until we get out and finally get this done. We can't do it all at one time. I know I don't even want to attempt it.
Yeah.
But I think if we can do this on a monthly basis, we should. And the company usually, when you're getting new meters like this and doing a contract, the company will install them. We won't have to.
No, I was gonna say that was the outlier to me. Was
Yeah.
when you know,
On
on
the
the
first
line
go
break,
around.
you can go work
So-
on it. Okay.
So hopefully we're able to, and I think we can get it that way with some of the companies we've talked to. But hopefully we can do it on a monthly basis, replace, however many we want to establish that we can afford to do each month, and get them knocked out. But anyway, we need to go out and bid for it. I think that's, even though we may do it on a monthly basis, it still needs to go out and bid.
I'm all for going.
Advertise for bid.
I mean, that's, after July 1, I mean, that's, you have enough for, if it's 500 meters, 60 meters a month.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And that, I'm hoping that that's what we can do.
I mean, that, you feel like that we're replacing that many a month right now?
We're replacing a whole lot. I can't say that it, for sure number, but yes, we are replacing a whole lot.
And our labor's doing that, which we're already low on staff anyway,
Yes.
and having to take the time,
Our line maintenance people are doing that.
which would relieve us there some too.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
And so this isn't locking us into anything, this is just going out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion to approve item number 10.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 10.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White,
Yes.
Carl Ness.
Yes. Item number 11, discussion of possible action to authorize payoff of loan to Liberty Bank Lot in Oklahoma, Blanchard Branch, loan number 473751, account number 8008509, dated 6/14/2018, in the original amount of $379,691.79, and obtain a release of mortgage against real estate securing the same, located at the site for construction of the new wastewater treatment facility.
So this is the loan for the sewer plant land that we purchased, financed back in 18. It was a 5-year guaranteed rate loan. At the end of that 5 years, it's adjustable. So we would like to pay this off before it adjusts here in potentially looks like a month, and get this taken care of. And also it helps us out, makes it a little bit cleaner when we do the the loan for the wastewater treatment facility on this property.
Good.
If it's clear. So $306,000 roughly payoff. I would recommend paying that through our wastewater treatment fund that we have established. Won't make much difference at all coming out of that fund where we're sitting at in there right now.
Very good.
I like it.
Entertained a motion.
Make motion to approve item 11.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 11.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 12, monthly treasurer's report.
I'm trying to refresh my memory since last week. Okay, we're at the 10th month, so now we're at 83.3 as our ideal execution rate. When I went over the individual operating budgets on the city side, everybody is operating at or under that rate. Also, that is the case for the NPWA side of the house. The fire department tax fund has earned a little over $1 million this year. We have paid almost $1.6 million. Again, this is not including expenses for the new fire station. We have spent 89.3% of the first half, the same as the last several months. We're still waiting on those last two pickups. As far as, go ahead, sir.
Can I stop just for 1 second? I think you're there where I need to,
Okay.
where I need to say this. Looking at your graphs today,
You said graph?
yeah, your graphs in your financial report,
Okay.
not your giraffes or anything
Okay,
like
sorry.
and I'm sure you have your financials on there
Yes, sir.
as well. So if you look at page 4
Mm-hmm.
with the Newcastle Public Works, the 40, is that actual year-to-date revenues and expenditures correct?
Yes. Let me go look at my page.
Because the graph doesn't seem to reflect that.
Uh-oh. Hold on. We've earned 10.751 in revenues. And that's what it says. Well, that seems to be what it says. I'm confused. Which part are you not seeing?
Well, it shows year-to-date expenditures,
Uh-huh.
actual year-to-date, page 4 of the financials. Let's see, it shows here expenditures transferred amounted to this.
Oh, my expenses is messed up.
There you
Is
go.
that what you mean?
Yes, on the
Well,
graph.
thanks for putting that out now instead of earlier before 6:55.
We're
Boss,
transparent.
thanks.
Exactly. Your graph is incorrect.
It is. So that you're talking about the expense line, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, on the right.
Okay. All right. I'll change that and resubmit to all of you. Thank you, boss, for letting everybody know.
Yeah.
There'll be a flower on the desk in the morning.
I'd rather have a pork chop sandwich, but. Okay. Are you done, sir?
I'm done.
That's all Nikki found.
No, I do appreciate that he does actually look at the stuff and give a good, yeah. So. All right, our quarterly, as far as funding received this year, this month, we did receive the quarterly payment from the Oklahoma Department of Finance, the Oklahoma Department of Financial Authority. This quarter, it was almost $525,000, and again, that's supporting the wastewater plant plan to contribute towards that. We did get the last reimbursement from phase 2. I think you submitted that back in December. So we finally got that, and that's been reported into the grant cost share fund. We have received 2 draws so far for our new fire station, and we so consequently made 2 vendor payments. I didn't put the animal control on there, but I did have one of those, but it's not a draw. We just paid it out of our 30%. Sales from use tech came in at over $747,632 of that being sales, and $150,000 of that being use tax. This is our lowest month so far this fiscal year. I thought last month was, but April turned out to be. We are still running 9.5% higher than what we budgeted to be at this point. And we're still higher than the last fiscal year by 7%, and of course previous year by 21.2%. Our current indebtedness is sitting at $4.3 million. As far as the fire station loan, they only add to our indebtedness as we make draws until it's all done. So, our city fund balances are 4.9 in general fund, 2.4 in capital improvement, 39 in economic development. Cemetery care is $69,000. Parks capital improvement is now $118,000. Fire station fund is sitting at $2.3 million. Admin and technology has $174,000. Grant cost share fund is $2.1 million. Transportation impact fee fund is $278,000. On the NPWA side of the house, public works is sitting at $3 million. The water impact fee is $1.3. Wastewater impact fee is $400,000. Wastewater plant fund is now at $6.1 million. So all funds combined, we are $4.7 million more in revenues and expenses so far. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As we all know, whenever we get the wastewater treatment plant on board, that will change that considerably. But we do have a good start on the down payment, so that's good. All right. Any questions for Gene? Item number 13, General Manager's comments.
Just real briefly, during our department head meeting that we have each week, I believe it was last Tuesday, speaking with the water superintendent, they have made some major changes at our water plant out there, doing a lot of upgrades. We've got an individual that we hired close to 6 months ago, I believe, 7 months, who is very skilled in doing that work and has made some major changes. That plant, I have been assured, will be fully operational, producing at full capacity, probably within the next month. So, and maybe even before that. But they are doing a lot of refurbishing, if you will, rehab on that plant that's going to be very beneficial for us. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, item number 14, any trustee comments?
Is that the gentleman that came from Oklahoma City? That used to work at Oklahoma City?
No,
I think,
that's the assistant superintendent.
Big and skilled people
Oh, yeah.
fighting.
Just might notate, talking about water, city staff, city engineer, still, and city attorney, still working on the finalization of the contract with the other communities we provide water to. So we'll see something on that in the very near future, which we need to have in place because those communities are going to be starting to draw more and more from us. So that's something we look forward to in the near future. Any other trustee comments? All right, item number 15 is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second for adjournment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. This time I'll call the May 8, 2023 meeting of Newcastle City Council to order. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Carl Lamb.
Here.
Mike Fullerton.
Here.
Tony Clay.
Here.
Gene Reed.
Here.
Marcy White.
Item number 2, discussion possible action on approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the agenda.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tony Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Lamb.
Yes. Item number 3 is citizen comments. This is an opportunity for any citizen to comment on any matter related to the city of Newcastle that is not on the agenda. I might remind any potential speakers that all speakers shall clearly state their name and address for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with only one speaking opportunity. Council members will not respond to comments or questions. The mayor may end the comment period at his discretion. And prior authorization is required for distribution of materials or to approach the council. This time is there any citizen comment related to the city of Newcastle that is not on the agenda. Please approach the podium, state your name and address there.
Hi, I'm Farrah Peyton Snyder. I represent the local rescue Friends of the Shelter Foundation. Address is 1904 Clay Street. Many of you know that we support the local shelter, and we're thrilled that a new one is being built. We were at the groundbreaking today. We did run into a little bit of an issue last week. We've offered to provide turf for the existing shelter so that we can give the dogs enrichment, because it's just gravel right now and it's really hard on their feet, especially the hotter that it gets outside like it was today. We've got some shade stuff coming, like the shade sails and whatnot, but to put turf down would just make it a lot nicer for the dogs. In the meantime, because we know the new shelter is not going to be built tomorrow. Obviously, it's going to take at least a year, if not longer, if there's construction delays like there always are. And our rescue is willing to pay for this. So the city would be out $0. We also have volunteers with tractors and the know-how to level things out and properly install it. When we approached Chief Norman, he said no. And we're really frustrated with that because, like I said, it costs the city nothing. It's good enrichment for the dogs. And the turf can be moved to the new facility once it's completed. So if the city council can do anything to help us with this so we can make it happen, we would be appreciative.
Okay. Like we can't discuss or take action on any item that's not on the agenda. However, I would ask that you follow up with the city manager, Kevin Self.
Okay.
And he will be glad to visit with you about this.
Okay. The other thing I want to bring up before I leave is also, I don't know if you're aware of the outbreak of strep zoo and canine influenza around the metro. The turf would also make it much safer for our dogs because it can be sanitized, unlike the gravel and the soil. So it's another good reason to have that at this facility until we get the new one. So, all right, thank you.
Any other public comment? All right. Item number 4 is consent agenda. Is there any member of council that would like to meet a member of the consent, or any item on the consent agenda removed and discussed individually?
Item L.
All right. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number L.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clark,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes.
Yes. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on any items removed from the consent agenda. Item L, approval of change order number 2 from Lingo Construction for Fire Station number 1. Construction, add $6,982.50.
Curious what it is.
And I'm looking forward to it right now.
It said mechanical it said mechanical. That's curious.
Yeah, there was some different, if I'm not mistaken, there was some different size drains and things of that nature, and then they removed some drains and put in some bigger ones. I remember reading through this when it came in, and it was for the HVAC actually. Was this put in the?
It's in there.
Yeah, it's in there
I have trouble
somewhere.
finding
But
it.
it's very brief. It didn't describe it. It just said mechanical.
What page is it?
Page 108.
Page 108. Page 137.
Yeah, and it's not, there's nothing on there at all about it.
Now, is legal to determine whether they're at risk or not risk.
They're at risk, I believe. But, and I think I should have that here in email, Tom.
I
Let me
just
see if
texted it to you, sir.
Huh?
The description of it, I just texted it to you. The
I'm pretty sure
proposal
I
is
got it in email
from
Tom.
Harrison or air conditioning. Just go down for that. Had the HVAC scope changes.
It's labor for modifications to mechanical scope, which is 5 out-of-wall fire dampers, 5 FEMA louvers, 2 motorized dampers, 1 roof hood, backdraft damper, and curb, labor and material to fabricate and perform modification to scope for ASI 02. And then they deleted 4 air devices, 3 standard louvers, and a downsize of a OA ductwork. So that's the change or the changes in that $6,900. And this will be required, what they're changing out has been required by our fire consultant that's doing the plans review and inspection for this thing.
Yeah, so it's something he pointed out that was needed.
Yes.
Additional for.
Yep.
It'd be bad if the fire department wasn't fire compliant. It wouldn't be good, would it?
Yeah, I did.
I just looking for an explanation of what it was.
Yeah. Okay. Fire consulting is, J.C. Carroll is who owns the business. Been doing it for years. He does a lot of the work for the state when they do fire marshal things and inspections, and he is who is doing our fire station and doing our animal control facility, as well as the all of the school construction and the plans. He's doing that as well.
Any other questions concerning that?
Make a motion to approve item 4L.
Motion second for approval of item number 4L.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 6, discussion with possible action on approval of letter of agreement for special services for noise and mitigation best practices. Presentation by Kenley Horn and Associates, Inc., Oklahoma City.
So I attempted to contact several companies to be able to come out here and give us a presentation, give council a presentation on noise mitigation. Good luck finding one in Oklahoma. I mean, it's extremely tough. Kenley Horn does have an Oklahoma City office. However, the acoustical engineer who will be coming out here, if council approves this, is coming from North Carolina. They don't actually have an acoustical engineer here in state. They're from 3 different other states where they're spread out all over the place. But I did spend about an hour on the phone with them last week, early last week, explain, what the council would like to see, basically describing noise, the sound, the distribution of that, how it distributes, how it's amplified, things of that nature, and then what's best mitigation practices. What can be used to mitigate sound. Long story short, they will come out here. They submitted a proposal. It's about $10,000 for them to come and speak before council and to give a presentation. It is. So, this is what council had requested. I obtained the information and got somebody on board to come out here and do it, and that's what it will run. It's $8,000 for labor, $2,000 for travel and incidentals, of course.
My initial thought on it is if we knew we would get a definitive answer and something that could go unchallenged, it'd be worth every penny of it. But
I agree with that, but I don't know if we can get that.
You will not get a definitive answer, and they told me right up front.
Let me finish my statement then, because I'm not confident that we would. It'd be a long shot if we did. Their opinion will be challenged and re-challenged, and probably a whole lot of other experts will come out of the woodwork.
For free?
No, to argue the other side. I mean, just real world.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you. I appreciate this research, and it just tells me there's no easy answer to our question. Is can someone come up and give us advice that we can use and count on? So,
I mean, I spoke with the consultant out of the New York area. Again, like you said, it is is hard to find anybody locally. I spoke to a couple, but I didn't get into cost them coming. I was more just trying to get information out of them and whatnot. One individual has a lot of experience writing ordinances and stuff for cities and municipalities and whatnot. But like many, he doesn't want to doesn't want to get to a position where he's being a legal expert witness, anything like that. He's definitely able and capable of sharing his 40 plus years experience, but most of these guys are hesitant to get tied up in being called as expert witnesses and whatnot. I think it's going to be a struggle all the way around. So my point is, I think we can get expert consultation, even if it's through electronic means or Zoom or whatever, without having to ship somebody here, fly them out, pay all the expenses, do all those things. And I do appreciate your efforts on that. I just don't know if this is the answer. That's a lot of money for someone to come and give us a presentation on the effects of sound. And what I read through that was that she was basically, or they are basically going to not look at any specific circumstances that we're dealing with. They're just coming here to talk to us about sound. That's what I took from it.
Pretty much. Yeah. And I mean, that's what council had asked for.
Well, we want, what I was hoping for was someone that we can talk through and understand the real possibilities and understand mitigation efforts and ways, and again, hopefully talk about someone who has experience not only in oil and gas, but in municipal, within city limits and things like that.
Well, and these folks do. They have oil and gas experience. They have developed mitigation procedures, sound testing, all of that stuff for oil and gas issues. They've worked for cities doing this. However, as I said, the very first thing they said to me during our teams meeting we had was, I want everybody to know right up front, you cannot control all of the noise that's going to come from an oil field site. That's coming from them.
Okay.
We'll be able to tell you how it can be lessened and some techniques that have been used, but it will not get controlled completely. There's just no way to do it. That was their words.
And I've had other consultants say different. So
they think they can control most of it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be shocked. But here's the deal, though. The last meeting we said people were asking for us to decide something. We said we want to hear something, but now we've got a proposal to hear something and we don't want to do it. Like, what are we going to do? We got to do something. We've been pushing, we keep pushing it back. I mean, I know Kevin's thorough when he does stuff. Sometimes he finds vehicles and he pulls them out of the woodwork, but I don't think anybody else can find them. So I know he's thorough when he does a search for something. He always amazes me at his searching skills. But what are we going to do then? I mean, it's not free. I mean, people don't want to talk to us for free.
It's not going to be free. I'm just not certain that this is going to give us this type of consultation of what, they do it apparently, but they also don't. It's going to cost, I honestly think we can get it. I didn't ask pricing. I didn't ask all that stuff. It's just, we definitely want to hear from experts. I just don't. $10,000 to come just talk to us about noise.
Well, let me test for understanding. Our city manager did as we requested, but does that come also with any recommendation from you at all, Kevin, one way or the other?
It does not.
Right.
No.
I just want to be sure.
No. I don't like the cost either. I knew it was going to be expensive when council requested this. We requested them to come here, and I think it does not matter if they come in person, except for the flight, meals, things, whatever. But they're gonna build a presentation, and when they do that, they're still gonna charge for the labor.
Yeah.
Well, so you're telling me you got a noise consultant, I'm questioning them, not you. You got a noise consulting company, they're gonna come talk to us and teach us about noise. You're gonna tell me they don't have an existing presentation put together that would be able to discuss that? Do they have to put $8,000 worth of labor?
I don't think typically they go around teaching though. They go around actually doing, not teaching or teaching cities of how to control noise. I would doubt very seriously that that's something they said, yeah, it took them a week to actually put this together and say, how do we actually approach this? So I don't think teaching is actually there to cities or whatever, as how sound works or what. They're engineers. I mean, they design and build acoustical measures to mitigate noise. Now, they will come out here and tell the city, these are all the different things that can be used and what they've had success with. But it's very site specific, and they said that
very site specific.
Very site specific. Everyone's going to be different.
And that's the reason why I've always
so they'd have to be engaged for each and every.
Correct.
No.
I think it's saying that the language is going to be very difficult because it's very site specific.
Well, I mean, if we shift it from asking them to train us to actually engaging them as consultants, I'll bet it would be a pretty good chunk of change as well.
But I think where different municipalities have this in there, where you actually are. So we already have a mitigation plan requirement, but we don't. It's right now what they do is just they meet our specific sound requirements we put in there. There's not a true mitigation plan being put together currently. It's just we're going to follow your ordinances for the most part. Whatever you say, that's what we're going to do. And where other municipalities basically say that you have to create a model, so you got to employ a site expert, a sound expert. You got to come in and you got to do basically a sound audit of the area, site-specific sound audit. And it'll take, just like we already have in ours, where you do a 72-hour noise, an ambient noise test, so you know what the noise is going to be. And then knowing the sound that this equipment is going to make, because it's a known commodity of what these equipment is going to produce. Then you come up with a model of how you can treat that noise to keep it within the city ordinances levels. And that's all it's basically done and created by a company like this that goes site to site and helps them, because it's their requirement, it's not our requirement to control this noise. It's whoever's creating that noise. And so we need to get it where we consider, say, 20-foot sound walls, and that may not work. But that's what they're going to do if we put it in the ordinance. If we put in the ordinance that you have to stay underneath these decibel levels and you have to create a model that's going to show that you're going to stay underneath them, then you're still going to be held accountable to it. That's what they're going to have to do.
Were you able to find language that articulated all that? Because I mean, I get it, but like what we asked for was a sound expert. No, I mean, they're professionals; they can charge it because this is what they do every day. It's like it is what it is. But the other feedback we got also was from our own people was that if we're not paying them to give us advice, then they're coming from the oil and gas side, and that could be swayed because they're the ones paying them. And so it's like, which ways? I mean, I think we kind of knew it was probably going to be expensive. We tried to go down this road and pay for it out of our own pockets, and here we are. The very first thing we even asked to do is going to be very expensive out of our own pocket. But really, what we need is strong language that we feel comfortable with, and somebody has already developed that in another state. Yeah, it might need to be modified, for particulars if they're, if they don't have the same association and controls that we have. City doesn't have much control, whereas Corporation Commission does. That's what we need. I mean, do we need to pay them to come talk to us where we have to author it? Or if something's already authored and it's working somewhere else, then where's that language? That's what we need.
I've got that language.
So, I mean, I would like to do that before we pay $10,000, right? Or even $8,000 if we call them in on Zoom. I don't know. I mean, but that's where I've always struggled, Tom, because I agree with you. it's just, I can't, every time I think about how to word it, I think I go in circles. And I always say it's easier to edit something than it is to author it from the beginning, so.
Well, we can't do anything tonight.
Right, no, I'm just saying, but that's
this
what,
on
if
the
we
agenda.
can find some sample language they're using.
I've done, I'm saying, so I've got good language that I'll share, with, Kevin, and he can distribute to council as he sees, but no, that's what I've been working on, is trying to figure out of what I took from our meeting of how we could, what you guys asked, is how do you implement this, what's the language gonna be?
Right.
And so that's what I've done.
Yeah, I would love.
So, I mean,
think
and
that's
what I
great.
want to see on that, and again, it's just, I want to, again, we put the onus on the contractors who are producing the noise, and they're responsible, and they're going to have to show us how they're going to handle that noise. We're not telling them how to do it. It's not our job. We don't need to be noise experts.
Right.
We are going to establish levels that are not only just what we say, but I mean the EPA and others who have levels set that is permissible, and we go by those, and it's up to them to make sure that they're not being a nuisance to their neighbors. And it's their job to show us and give us a model on how that goes.
And if they don't conform, they get cited.
Decided, I mean,
We've got that now.
well,
We've got that now, and it doesn't get us anything.
well, but no, we don't have right now. What they do, and we hear it. I've heard them stand right there and say it. Well, I'm doing exactly what you've asked me to do in your ordinance.
Right.
I'm doing exactly what you asked, because we're telling them put up a site wall on the outside, and they'll make it. They've made it out of Connex boxes. They've made it out of this. They've made it out of that, different ways. And so it's not us to establish how they manage this noise. It's for them to employ, either be themselves, have their own staff, or third party, whatever, a model that's going to say, this is the noise that we're going to be creating, and here's how we're going to mitigate that noise to protect this partly neighboring houses, whatever. It's their job to do that. They got to present that to us how it's going to be done.
So they do that. And we still get noise complaints from our residents.
And then all we can do right now, because it's $200 a day. But at least at this point, we have upfront, we have held them accountable to at least putting the best foot forward on out, because they've got to show it. I mean, you're going to have an engineer on, and engineers are licensed professional, and they are bound by a code of ethics. So they stamp a model, and if it's found to be with fraud, they're risking their entire career.
You know, we started out this way. We said you've got to meet a certain decibel level, and we didn't tell them how they had to meet it. So we ended up with Connex boxes, which wasn't very accepted by the citizens. That's where we got off on the rail we're on now. We don't like Connex boxes, and so you need to put up a different type of sound wall. But our original ordinance from the beginning, when we updated them, was you've got to meet the decibel level. It's your responsibility to meet it. That's where we were. So it sounds like we'll circle back around.
No, but it was, but we told them how to do it.
No, we didn't.
We had walls in place.
They could use whatever they needed to. Some use Connex boxes.
Well, but that's not being designed by a sound engineer.
It met the requirements.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. We make the requirements, but this has to be designed by a sound engineer, stamped so that this is going to how this model is going to create a model of how you are going to handle this noise. And no sound engineer is going to say you're going to put metal Connex boxes to refract noise away from all this, which is going to cause a it's not going to be. And again, we're not the experts. We cannot dictate how this gets done. We've got to leave that to professional entities and hold them to that. Where you need to show us how you are going to do it, and you're going to be held accountable to it. I don't know how else.
We kind of got off on the rabbit trail here. Stuff is more than likely for our special meeting.
Yeah.
We can get that. So, on the agenda is the proposal from Kinley Horn and Associates. So we need an actionable motion on that, one way or the other, whatever council's feelings are on that.
Is it actual motion or I guess I make a motion that we don't move forward with this at this time.
Do yes, no,
Or lack of
continue
a,
it.
lack of a motion, make it go away.
Huh?
I mean, like, how do you make a motion to not?
I make a motion not to accept or approve the,
There you go.
Okay.
to not engage in the services of Kimberly Horn and Associates.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Motion second for disapproval of item number 6.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yeah.
Marcy Clark,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. All right. Keep that passion up to get ready for the special meeting. Item number 7, discussion of possible action on approval of road use agreement between the City of Newcastle and 4 Point Energy LLC, Denver, Colorado, for use of city streets and roads for access to oil and gas sites and for drilling and completion of wells.
The road use agreement, was minimally modified, with 4 Point. This has been ran by our city attorney as well. No real impacts to the city with what has been changed. And it will likely be used with the rest of the companies as well.
So,
And it is basically, giving them permission, I'm assuming for a fee, to be able to use the roads as they need to, as we have dictated for them to be able to use them.
Right.
And it comes with a fee, or is that just?
There is road use fee, and then there's also, provisions in that road use agreement for damages. And that we go look at the road, they go look at the road at the same time before the use begins to determine the condition of the road prior to use. And then, of course, we can monitor that as time goes on while they're building the site.
So, in that agreement is, do they propose, are we holding them accountable to return that road to its original, condition?
If there's damages, they are held accountable to repair it.
Now, is this for just setting up the rig, or is this setting up what the fracking going on?
No, it's drilling and fracking.
Drilling.
what, like, I don't recall doing these before, so what's the difference?
Yeah, this has been going on since 18. We've had them in place.
I mean, like, I've never seen one in a meet, like, why now we,
Because it's been modified.
okay.
And I want the council to be sure to see
And
it.
what was the main change to it now? I'm so sorry I missed that part.
It's a very small paragraph, like 2 sentences on the bottom. You recall, Jeff, exactly what?
Yeah, it's not highlighted here, but it really focused more on making sure they were dealing with road damage and not with indirect damages, that type of thing. So, for example, if in third-party beneficiary claims, they took that out as well.
Okay.
Meaning, like if citizens are complaining about damage to vehicles and whatnot?
Right, they didn't want a citizen coming in and saying, hey, the purpose of this road agreement was to make sure that the roads were taken care of during the operation, and I'm a citizen, I'm not part of that agreement, but I'm a third-party beneficiary to it, so I want to try to file an action to recover based on
Keep it
this
city.
contract. So this makes it clear that this agreement can't be used as a third-party beneficiary wetlands.
Okay.
It also focused on damages that were indirect or consequential type damages that's not being something that would be recoverable in the contract. For example, it does require them to go ahead and fix the road, but if someone was driving on the road and they hit a pothole in the road that was created by the oil and gas company, then we as the city, as part of the agreement, couldn't sue them for that. You know, they might get sued by the person that was injured, but it's not by virtue of this agreement. So it's just that clarifying
I thought you were going a different way with that. Didn't say that if they create the additional traffic through the pothole was create a bigger issue that they would be responsible for the additional damage, but that's, yeah, that's fine.
All right.
So the language was really just tightening it out for the real purpose of the agreement, was to make sure that the road got repaired if they caused the damage to the road.
Okay.
Has this been presented to them already, or this is?
They actually presented it to us, and then we reviewed the changes, gave that feedback.
Thank you.
All right, make a motion for agenda item 7, approval of road use agreement between the city of Newcastle and 4 Point Energy.
Second.
Motion is second for approval of item number 7.
Yes. It was Tommy.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Ness.
Yes. Item number 8, discussion and possible action on approval of applications for the following UPORs for the purpose of drilling additional oil and gas pad site previously approved by the city of Newcastle in UPOR 2018-006 for EOG Resources Inc., Castle Family Trust owner, located in part of the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of section 9, township 9 north, range 4 west, in the Meridian, Blaine County, Oklahoma. Item number 10A, UPOR number 2023-009, Tomcat 1621 2H.
You said 10A, 8A.
8A, sorry.
I was like, how did you get to 10 already?
Yes,
Okay.
trying to get that here before midnight.
Sinead Greenlee with the Newcastle Planning Department. Before I go into that, just a real quick overview on, since we're going into oil and gas ordinances and approval of these, just that we all have the same understanding on what the city can regulate according to state statute regarding oil and gas in accordance with Oklahoma Corporation Commission. Within reason, the following: it's the UPOR process to include all required documents and certified approved OCC and ODEQ permits. Noise, right now at the 75 decibels, setbacks from protected uses, road use, fencing and screening, and mitigation plans. Just a little bit of background before I go into the Tomcat UPORs for these 3 additional wells on the previously approved pad site. They came in March, turned in an application, and they, as you can see here, they had notified, they had done a radius map that encompassed the entire ownership of the castle property, this tract here. So that was the notification that was sent out to surrounding property owners in accordance to the 300 feet notification area. Staff had discovered, hey, they only have to notice, what they have to notice per our ordinance is the pad site, which is the legal description for the pad site right here with this existing well there. With that being said, we had to send out, the legal was correct, and the legal for this pad site was correct, but the notification area changed because you don't notify this 300 feet around the entire property. You notice 300 feet from the pad site. So what happened was the initial notices were sent out, and so it encapsulated much more notice area over here, and not the proper notification that was taken around the 300 feet of that pad site. So staff and planning staff sent out the new notices. So some property owners probably got noticed twice, and property owners that didn't get noticed the first time got noticed the second time. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of background information on that. This is, like you stated, a UPOR for additional well sites on the approved pad site. I'm going to go through each one, and I can present them separately or together. It's the Tomcat 621 2H, 3H, and the 4H on the 3.9 acre pad site located on the 46.85 acre trust owned by the Castle family. It's at the northeast corner of the intersection of Rockwell and Northwest 16th Street. Zoning is ag. The surrounding zoning is all agricultural. There is agricultural land uses as well as single family dwellings to the northeast and south. The applicant has their required OCC permits to drill, their mitigation and reclamation plans, the required map showing the distances to all protected uses affected, and their noise study. The well bore, because this was on the previously approved before the update to the now oil and gas ordinance in place, is greater than 300 feet from any adjacent property lines as required by the original Chapter 113 oil and gas drilling. Staff supports and recommends approval of UPOR 2023-009, 10 and 11. And I'll go through that again as each one has to be voted on separately.
Well, where I am with this is, we all know we're in a process of, we all, I think, have agreed that our ordinances are lacking. And are not protecting our citizens in a manner that I think is our responsibility. And I feel it is irresponsible of this council to vote on any of these drill sites permitting until we have addressed that. So until we have updated this ordinance where we can, I just think it's irresponsible to, because we know we've had problems with these well sites, we know we've had issues, and we're at the precipice of fixing that. But to now go and do how many, we got 6 or 7 on the agenda tonight? At least.
There's only one more.
So
2 of them are continued.
Okay. I don't want to subject our citizens to, because once we do these permits, there's nothing else we can do. So, I vote that we need to get pushed to the next city council meeting, and it's up to us to get together and make sure we iron out an ordinance before we.
Although I agree, I think there's always, in a lot of areas, work we can do. We've had multiple meetings though, and we've gotten nowhere. Like, how many circles are we going to go in on this? You know, I mean, I don't.
Well, I mean, last meeting was asked that let's get together.
Well, we've had special meetings about it though, and we didn't make any headway there either. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we keep beating a dead horse and not getting anywhere, because we have had special meetings just to talk about it.
So is the answer to leave what's broke?
No, but if we're going to have meetings, we need to get stuff done.
I agree. And I'm fully committed to that. I mean, I'm putting a lot of my own time, resources, money into researching this and getting stuff together so we can do it. And I'm prepared to present a ordinance that I believe will be palatable for council. We can't talk about it tonight. We can't present it tonight, but I think we're very close to being able to come up with something. But I can't approve anything with our current ordinances. I don't think we protect our citizens enough.
What are your thoughts, Jeff?
Well, there's a little bit of a dynamic of applicants coming in, submitting their applications with the ordinances that you have on the books at the time they submit the application. Versus as a council, as a governing body who's responsible for determining appropriate ordinances that protect the public health, safety, and welfare, you certainly have the ability as a council to pause approval of any particular applications for a period of time while you do a reasonable process with a reasonable amount of time to try to study and make a decision about potential amendments to the ordinance. But that's certainly a difficult dynamic for any elected official, because you have those that are wanting to move forward with their projects economically, and then you have those that are thinking what you have now is not sufficient. So, tough call for you guys. I think you do have some ability to consider a moratorium on approving permits if you think that you can look at a reasonable amount of time to come up with some amendment to the ordinances.
What do you say? I think I read between your lines a little bit. At the time of the application, did I hear that right? what's in place at the time of the application.
Yeah, that's the tension. I know the applicants will absolutely be pressing on their side that the rules were set at the time they made the application. They should be able to rely on those.
Not only that, Mayor, but these three are asked to be permitted on a site that was previously permitted
Yeah,
under the ordinances.
but the only thing in our ordinance states is that we can't increase, we can't not let, we can change the noise, things of that nature. We cannot tell them that they can't drill it because of our setbacks. Setbacks cannot be increased, on an existing permanent site. It doesn't say we cannot put, updated ordinances on noise mitigation.
If they're here, can we hear what their plan is for these? I don't know what we kind of talked in the past, some of the citizens have talked about what's there, but is
I know in the OGs, they put the 24-foot sound fence, are those the ones that are continuous EOGs?
no.
Containers that begin.
This is the OGs here, Tom.
This is,
Yeah.
this is,
These containers
This was four.
I'd be curious to hear what the current plan is for these. I don't know about like holding it off sight unseen. And I'm not saying I don't want to put a moratorium or anything, but I would like at least to hear what the plan is for it.
I think that's fair.
They've been at all these meetings, so they know how concerned we are.
On their behalf, I think the whole company should have an opportunity to speak as well.
Yeah, we will. We'll hear from both of them here in a minute.
And at times, even based on our current ordinance, the companies have come in and offered to make some changes at our request, even though, I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying that's a possibility. But
And they absolutely have, but we're all, in my strong opinion, we are all stabbing in the dark. Throw up this sound wall, throw up that sound wall, throw up this, do that, when there are means and ways to get this done that is done all over the place, that is meant to handle this stuff. There are professional systems, professional services designed to do exactly what we're wanting to do. And we're trying to do it in this horseshoe, and to their benefit, they're trying everything they can do to spend as little as in my business, I try to spend as little money as I can to get a project done. They're not being malicious, they're being economical stewards of their money. I just think we need to let people build a model that are designed to build a model to show us how they're going to handle this noise. And other than that, we're all stabbing in the dark.
How will we know what they're saying they're going to use to mitigate the sound is?
Because have to have an engineer's stamp on the model. And again, they're licensed. They can be unethical, but
You mean specifically a sound engineer?
Yes.
Whereas we don't have language in there right now that requires a sound engineer.
Does not require a model to be created by a sound engineer that shows how they're going to handle the noise.
Right. Okay.
So just like you require a engineer to stamp drawings on how the building's going to be built, and it's going to be built the right way.
Right.
And held accountable to it. There's no difference here.
Well, the devil's advocate a little
Sure.
bit.
Go ahead.
I'm like arguing. In their mitigation plan, it states that they will comply with the noise decibel level and take whatever mitigation is necessary to do that. So they're saying in their mitigation plan they're going to comply with that,
right?
And they're going to do whatever is necessary to comply with that.
But right now, and we've heard them from that pulpit, we're doing exactly what you've asked us to do. You said in your ordinance that we need 16-foot site fence. We all said right here.
No, originally it was 675 decibel. That was it.
Right.
You do however you want. Right. And they did it with Connex boxes. The only way we got to the sound wall was nobody liked Connex boxes, so we moved to sound walls, and instead of Connex boxes. But their deal was we put up Connex boxes. We're controlling it And
But
that
it
meets ordinance.
wasn't controlled. That's things, it wasn't. And again, there's not, a professional services, a sound engineer that comes out, does the topographic surveys, the landscape, everything around it, and they have to present, look, here's your decibel level that you have. You do this, it's going to decrease your decibel level to this point, at this area, and that's to show that you're going to stay underneath what is required. I mean, that's, I don't know why. I mean, to me, it seems so simple because it's every other part of construction and everything else. You have to provide a plan. I mean, I even have to provide. I'm doing wastewater treatment plant down in Austin, Texas. I have to provide them a plan of how I'm going to manage the silica dust that we're going to be sandblasting off the walls. They're going. How are you going to control that? How are you going to control the VOCs that you're creating inside this tank that's not getting out and polluting our skies? How are you going to control that? You show me a plan that tells line by line item how you're going to control that. So what I'm asking is common in any other industry we're out there. I mean, it's common in other municipalities. It's not an unknown thing. It's unknown here.
It's not common in the municipalities of Oklahoma. That's the difference. And
that's where we disagree. I mean, when I say that it doesn't matter because it's reasonableness, and we're talking about citizens who we heard last time who are having to put pillows up in their dang window to keep the noise out, and they're driving them crazy. And I mean, to me, the fact that we aren't just staunchly doing anything and everything we can to stop that from happening to our citizens is appalling to me. It really is.
No, you can't say that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
We've had special meetings and you weren't there, and you said you were bringing stuff and you weren't there. So no offense, and with all due respect, we had them and we sat here. We didn't have any of the resources you said you were going to bring.
The resource center was going to bring us being was sitting right there and being paid by a dollar that was sitting as an attorney that's is in the oil and gas industry. The resources that I bring and I researched, you can't tell me that. My apologies that I had to be at a meeting, last minute meeting down in Austin, Texas, to run my business in this city council who I don't get paid a dollar for, but I'm going to stand up here.
Do not tell us that we're doing it wrong.
I'm saying the fact that we're going to sit here, the fact that we're going to sit here and not do anything to protect these citizens, I'm telling you, it is
I've been here at every single meeting
I'm not asking.
and every single discussion.
Okay.
So again,
did I look at you? Did I look at you and say how dare you?
I think we're getting a little off course here. You know, we have been struggling with this since 2018. We've been trying to find the best way that allows us to do as much as we possibly can to protect our citizens within the guidelines that are very narrow that the state of Oklahoma has allowed us to utilize. Now, I've had discussions with multiple attorneys. I've had multiple discussions with our city attorney, you know, as what exactly can we do? How far can we push it? How far can we go to try to get as much protection for our citizens as we possibly can?
And ever since I've been sitting back on this, ever since I've been back on council, I have been pushing and pushing that we do something different. Mm-hmm. I've been pushing. I put out a letter back in 2019 addressing the exact same things we are right here. But we keep pushing it on. And I said not a year and a half ago, we need to get this back on the books because the oil's going to start coming again. Mm-hmm. And we haven't done it. And now we're up against it. Now we're all in a feather. But my point is that we should have done, as a council, we should have done this way before we're here. But we are here now, and I think it is irresponsible that we approve any more well sites until we have a definitive answer how we're going to handle this. That's just my opinion. Y'all can do what y'all want. I'm one vote.
Well, as our city attorney said, you know, we can look at these and we'll have discussions. We'll have the EOG representatives come up here. We'll have citizens also. We have some options. We can do a pause on approval of all oil and gas. But if we do a pause, then we better come out with something on the other side that's workable. The question that the city attorney brought up is, and I know will be the challenge with these particular applications is, the oil and gas company did everything that was required when they made an application that was on the books. And so their contention, I'm sure, is going to be, we did what you said, and now you're telling us you're going to change the rules midstream. That, you know, I'm open. I'm one vote as well. I'm open to whatever council wants to do. However, we've got to set decibel level, and it's been the responsibility of the oil and gas company to meet that requirement. And we haven't told them how to do it. They've been able to utilize whatever methods, or we came to an agreement on methods they would utilize to try to do that. So I guess in order not to beleaguer this whole thing a little bit further, I would like to hear from representatives of EOG on their thoughts on this. I do think we need to work, and we have intentions of working. We would have had a special meeting to deal with oil and gas prior to this meeting, but the city manager was seeking out firms, trying to find somebody that would be willing to come consult with the city of Newcastle. Like I said, there weren't a lot of takers that wanted to come do that, so that we would have a better understanding of what things were needed to help control that noise. Because right now they can have somebody, an engineer, come and tell us they're going to do these things. And I would imagine when they do their mitigation plans, they probably have people on staff that do look at this and see how the best way to control that noise is. But their goal is to get it down to whatever we require them to get it down to. So that being said, we'll let the EOG give us their thoughts.
Todd Woolery, lawyer for EOG. I'll let Mr. Bryant tell you about all the regulations that EOG has to comply with. The OCC, the DEQ, the EPA.
You bring the microphone up a little bit closer.
Sure.
Or you move it over.
Normally I'm loud enough. I was trying to be a little dramatic with my intro, so I'm talking a little softer, but I'll let Mr. Bryant advise you on all the regulations EOG and other operators have to comply with in order to operate, drill, complete, and operate oil and gas wells in the state. I agree with the council, and I agree with the planning commission that EOG, in filling out its permit applications, complied with each and every requirement that the city of Newcastle has in regard to these wells. But I think what's more important is the city considers the moratorium is this. The city council's already approved this well site. That was done some time ago. And when you consider a moratorium, consider this, that your own regulations say, and I'm quoting from section 113.065B, for subsequent wells placed upon a previously approved drilling and production site, the setback requirements concerning the additional wells will mirror those in place at the time the original well was approved, the drilling and production site. This site's been approved. The rules on this site have been set by this city council. So there is no moratorium in regard to this CONCAT. And again, I'll let Mr. Bryant advise you on the impact of a decision where an applicant files a timely application that meets all the requirements, and then a city council then tries to change the rules midstream. Oklahoma law does not allow that. Just like Oklahoma law does not allow a city to do certain things. And we've been over that at all the meetings. And like Councilwoman White, I've been at all those meetings too. And we've talked about that a lot. And we've talked about solutions. I think it was last fall that we started having the they all kind of run together. But I think it was last fall that we started having the special council meetings. Again, industry here trying to propose solutions. But what you have here tonight is an industry partner for this city that's collaborating with this city in terms of fixing roads, in terms of gravel, giving Mr. Self and his crew support on different things. You have a neighbor here that has talked to the council, cooperated with the council, done everything y'all have asked us to do. Moratorium, though, is a road y'all don't want to go down because, again, this well site has been approved. The rules are set. Rules were set back then, and again, once that application was filed, we complied with that statute. There is no moratorium that legally works in regard to these wells.
In response to that, I'm not asking for moratorium. I'm asking for continuance to next month. I'm not using the word moratorium. I'm using the word continuance.
And we would object to that. And I would remind the council, we've heard the basis for that continuance, and it's a moratorium. And you can't just change the word.
I think, Todd, the basis for any non-action on this item tonight would simply be to give us time to finalize some adjustments to our ordinance in relation to noise. Now, you may argue, and other companies with applications pending may argue that we can't change the rules midstream. That's something I guess the attorneys would have to determine. I think what Councilman Clay is asking is give us an opportunity to adjust our noise ordinance, clarify it, and then if it's not something that you agree with, then I guess we can go down that road whenever it happens. Is that correct, Tony?
That's correct.
Moratorium may be a little bit strong a word. It's something that the city attorney threw out, and I probably shouldn't have just mentioned that. However, I think we're all working for the same thing here, Todd. I think we're working to let you guys drill, but once again, be as least intrusive and destructive to our citizens as possible. And we've all learned a lot over the last 5 years since horizontal drilling has come to the city of Newcastle. We weren't prepared with our ordinance when it first showed up. We're probably not prepared now. We've tried lots of things to get prepared. We borrowed ordinances and studied ordinance from numerous municipalities. And we're still not getting where we think we need to be to protect our citizens. And that's kind of, I guess, where we're at now. That being said, yeah. So don't leave, we'll probably ask you some questions.
And I have a few more things to say.
I don't know how relevant this is, but I'll ask it anyway. Based on your plans, they're here for Tomcat. What is envisioned for noise mitigation for that site now? I mean, what will you all do in terms of walls or sound barriers?
Well, right now, what the permit says is that we'll comply with the 75 decibel requirement.
Yeah.
And I'm prepared to talk about mitigation efforts to go beyond the ordinance like we've done before in this room. But I mean, frankly, if there's going to be a moratorium, I don't know that that's particularly useful. And I want to say, did I answer your question? I can talk about it, but it sounds like no one, at least a couple people, may not want to talk about it. So,
I mean, I was curious what specifically you got. I mean, what if you're ready to get it approved? And what's your the sound blanket? Is it? I
sure.
mean, what is it?
We can do the sound blankets. I think it makes sense to take down the permanent walls and do sound blankets during drilling and completion where folks have their biggest issues. And I want to reiterate, when this well site was first constructed and first wells were drilled, the city of Newcastle issued no citations in regard to this. EOG complied with the 75 decibel requirement at that well site. Again, the first citation I'm aware of is the one that was previously talked about with another operator. But historically, EOG at this well site complied with the ordinance. And so I don't see any reason to change the rules of the game now. And again, I'm going to defer a lot to your lawyer, but he'll use a Latin phrase called post facto. That means you're changing the rules after the fact.
Yeah.
And you can't do that in Oklahoma. You can't do that in any state in this country. Right.
And I think, like I said, we've all grown up through this horizontal drilling deal. You know, I think when we originally had our ordinance in place, we would go out and we would do just a point in time sound measurement. And there was no violations reflected on this or any of the others we looked at. We had you guys test more than one, but it was a short duration test. You know, now that we moved to a 24-hour test, you know, 21 of the 24 hours in the data reflected in the test we got back from the other operator indicated there was no violation. However, there was a violation for a 3-hour period that was reflected. And I know there may be some contention on that as well. We're not here to necessarily discuss that situation. I'm just saying that we're all evolving as we go, trying to figure out the best ways. So this yin and yang is not trying to be punitive towards the oil and gas industry. It's trying to be helpful. And I would love it if you guys came to town and you drilled your wells and nobody knew you were there. That would be awesome. Everybody would get what they want. Unfortunately, it's inherently noisy what you do. And it doesn't matter if it's you or 4 Point or any other operator. Those frac pumps are about the same loudness no matter where they're at. And so, you know, our goal is just to do everything we can to mitigate that noise. And I know you guys have got your mitigation plans, but I also know that more than likely you want to spend about as little money as you have to get those wells drilled. So, you know, what I've heard Councilman Clay say, and you know, the moratorium thing has been thrown out there. It's not a moratorium. It's maybe a potential continuance to allow us to do some things that you contend we can't legally do anyway. But
Well, and I would say this too, when an applicant files a permit, things go into place, things go into motion. EOG has a drilling schedule. EOG has a completion schedule. We've been talking about these ordinance changes for almost a year. And if this ordinance, or if there's a moratorium, that not only causes EOG to be affected legally by, I think, an improper act, but it also affects EOG economically. Because once you lose a rig, once you lose a frac fleet, it may be a year before you get that again. And so those are real damages. If you change the rules right now, that's real damages that companies like EOG will suffer. And that's the decision. If you decide you're going to place this moratorium in effect, that's the impact it will have on an applicant who made a lawful permit. You heard the planning commission. They said we did everything we were supposed to do. We complied with the entire process. If you want to change the rules, you change it for future operations. You don't change it for existing applicants. I promise you, and I'll let Mr. Bryant, maybe y'all need to go to executive session and talk about this, but I promise you that is legally wrong.
well, unfortunately, we can't go to executive session because it's not agendaed that way.
Well, he knows more about city government than I do. But, however you need to do it, maybe he can just address it now. But
So this existing site that we're talking about, we've got three additional wells that we approved on this, 2 months ago?
No. This is that was the 130 Rockwell. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I think you know what I'm saying.
And I really didn't mean to throw a bombshell out there, but apparently I did. But there's no moratorium on the agenda tonight. That's not anything the council could act on tonight anyway. But the question was, what are the tools in the toolbox for city councils when they're grappling with these types of issues? And so probably the most extreme tool is to put a moratorium on the action until it can be studied. That's not happening tonight. It's not anything that's on the agenda. So.
Well, I would respectfully restate that a continuance, a moratorium renamed a continuance is the same effect.
Well, I disagree with you. I mean, the continuance would just probably be to the next meeting. The moratorium is specific action by the council that sets a definite time, the specific things that they want to accomplish. So there's a reasonable amount of time that people like you, they're trying to drill wells, can put in the back of their mind about how much time they have before it could actually be resolved if it is resolved. So, but that's a legal mechanism that's available to cities and towns. Not a banning, not changing the rules, trying to study it to see if there's some way we can do it better.
Let me ask you this, and we don't have to have a legal debate here, but this well site's grandfathered in. The city has taken that position time and time again. In this room, they've taken that position in the city newspaper that well sites are already grandfathered in by the ordinance.
The setbacks.
I read
setbacks. It's specifically setbacks.
And that's what I read.
Setbacks. We're talking about noise ordinances. We're not talking about setbacks.
Well, okay.
No, it's setbacks.
But I'm asking Mr. Bryant, what could possibly be studied that would, other than changing the ordinance? The ordinance is in plain English, and we comply with it.
Yeah, what I've been hearing the council struggle with is noise, how to deal with noise, how to set the limits, how to track it. Yeah, those types of things. Those are the types of things that I think they would like some more information on from sound experts or somebody, so they could see if there's a way the ordinance could be tweaked to make it more workable for their citizens.
We're happy to answer any of the questions about these operations, but I would suggest that the city, I've been in a lot of these meetings, and the city holds people to its ordinance. And I've had it said back to me that we say we're complying with the ordinance, and I said that in prior meetings. I would ask the city to follow its ordinance This well site's grandfathered in. We complied. I'm ready to talk about sound mitigation. Let EOG drill these wells.
Hold on just a second, Bob. So my question to you is, if we did a continuance, if we came up with new ordinance language concerning sound, could we apply that language legally to these wells that have already been applied for and are now before council?
You have to look at how extreme the change would be, but definitely, to echo what the other lawyer in the room was saying, that they will be in a strong argument on their end that the rules that were in place at the time they made the application are what you're stuck with. I think there are some arguments you can make on the other end, depending on how extreme the tweaks are, that those are reasonable changes that do not impact the substance of the regulation to begin with. Can't tell you until we've studied it, figured out the language, where we're going to land on that. But the safest position for you to be in is all the rules are in place at the time the application was filed.
And like applications that have come before council before, they've come to council with certain proposed sound walls, sound mitigation structures, other things, and we've tweaked those in the past. We've added conditions for approval at council. Are we in a position tonight to add additional conditions to the approval and act on those this evening?
So from my experience just sitting in your meetings, it seems like when those changes were made, it was really more at the agreement of the operator. And that seems to be how that has been played out here.
Right.
Which certainly that's, again, probably the safest approach. You know, if you're working through the regulations and you want some tweaks and the operator's willing to work with you to do those, then there's nothing to litigate or sue about because we're working together. And that's what I've seen this council do. And that's certainly the safest.
And that's what we've done repeatedly from this podium.
And Mayor, what I've heard our residents say, I mean, some folks in this room would probably like for us to kick this down a long way, but that worries me because I don't see an end point down there. I don't see an end point that we're going to just come up with some fabulous new change ordinance that everyone will be pleased with. But but when I talk to our residents who have really been upset is that we weren't diligently managing the ordinances that we had in place. That such as measuring the noise and addressing the noise issue, addressing when those Connex boxes come down because it looks like the operation. They suffered from noise for sure, but to push back to me is why don't they do what y'all ask them to do? So what I would see that would happen with the continuance, or we could even do it offline. I mean, even city staff could do is what can we do better to manage what our requirements are now, and one of it would be monitoring and addressing the issues as they come up. I have a feeling these companies could come up and 9 weeks from now would come up with some fabulous noise mitigation plan with the engineering stamp on it, and the impact is going to be the same. They're going to make noise that we measure, and if they're above 75, we're going to give them a citation. I just don't make the connection that there's some great solution out there. If there is, we need to put it in place for our future. But for us to come up with something with these, I'm just not optimistic we can do anything.
Well, and I'll push back on Todd just a little bit. You know, you've always said you will comply, but what I would like to hear from you guys is, here's how we're going to go a little above and beyond to help you guys. Not saying, what does the city want? You say, hey, guys, you know, we know we're noisy. Maybe we want to try to do something a little bit better than 75 decibel on this field to make everybody happy. We'll get through this field tonight. There won't be a continuance. You know, in all the meetings you come to, and I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your input. But I don't know, I can't think of very many times when you come up here and said, the ideal way for us to control noise on the pad is X. It's pretty much like, you tell us what to do and we'll meet that 75 decibel. So you said you wanted to discuss noise mitigation. Let's see what you propose.
Let me push back on you just a little bit, though. a meeting or two ago, we did just that. We installed additional noise mitigation sound blankets during drilling and completion, not required. And we did that as a compromise resolution. And I'm ready to talk about that again tonight. On this well site, based on the current ordinance, we don't have to do that. We just have to comply with the 75 decibels. And we've done that throughout the operations at this well site for years, drilling, completion, and production. But I'm willing to go, and EOG is willing to go beyond that and say during drilling and completion, the noisiest part of the operations, we'll still comply, but we're going to go ahead and use sound blankets in addition to.
Is that something you're planning or can do?
We will add it to the permit.
Jason? Yeah, I think it's on the permit, actually.
It's like the ones we discussed that have the stuff in the.
I'm going to let the operations
Yeah, I
guru
don't remember
talk.
how he worded it last time. Was that it?
Jason Boykin, EOG Resources. Yeah, just like we agreed to on the Spitfire Banshee pad. Get rid of the permanent wall, we'll put the temporary sound panels up. Just like what everybody asked for. The blankets, vinyl back.
Can you describe that a little bit? Some of the people weren't here for
I
that.
think we got pictures of them somewhere. I've been shown before.
You said something about something's in the middle.
Yeah, it's an acoustic blanket with vinyl on either side of it. It's like a tan colored vinyl.
And then
What rating is that though, Jason?
Yeah, I think we got into that last time. It's
What we tend to see is the minimum that they have, which is an SPC 25, and it goes all the way up from there, and so what I would hope to have is a little bit better than the minimum blanket.
yeah, I mean, this is what the supplier can give me. I mean, I don't mind, but I mean,
Have you guys ever seen this company?
No, we use a company out of Texas.
They're a European company, but they have a U.S. base.
Yeah.
And those are, well, they're U.S. They have a U.S. base. Well, but the thing is that these are reusable blankets.
Right, and the ones we use are too. They're already pre-made panels.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what's been used, and I keep hearing it quoted in Fort Worth. It's the same blanket.
Okay. It's probably very similar to this thing. It's there's just
All four sides.
All four sides.
I think we only have protected use on two, on this site that we're talking about.
That's right.
in their permit. It says
Councilman
north and south. I
South.
believe they put it
North
on.
and
You
east.
said 24-foot sound blankets on the
North
permit.
and east. It doesn't say sound blankets.
Huh?
It doesn't say sound blankets. It says we put a sound wall on the north and east side, I believe.
Which one, north and east?
I think
Oh, because the turnpike is to the west and
South and east.
South and east.
the turnpike's to the north and the west.
South and east.
I guess the biggest question is, what do y'all think y'all can drop their sound decibels to? And what are they starting with? I mean,
I've never been in trouble for the sound. On my drilling rig or my completion spread, I've never been in trouble for sound. I've had phone calls, but it was for compressor. Never had it for completion. At any point in the city of Newcastle, I've been called because of the drilling rig or.
But there might not have been an official last time, but it was. We got wore out.
Where?
Here.
On which well site?
I thought it was this one.
That one is Spitfire both.
Yeah. We got wore out. It might not have been
Spitfire?
Yeah, we got wore out. I mean, there was.
Todd, they were both operating at the same time, Spitfire and Tomcat.
Right.
And we have neighbors right in the middle of them, and the ones I heard most from were up north. I mean, I think it was on us that we couldn't articulate, we couldn't articulate that we were doing what, we couldn't defend our position with you all. It was part of it. And because everyone was using iPhones and then when were we diligent enough to you all to call out your measuring companies and if you did, well, that's your measurement. Why didn't the city do it? So I'm just saying that's what we were experiencing, whether that's on us or you. But we got a lot of complaints on Tomcat and a lot of them on Spitfire.
And I'll tell you probably the reason why it was just recent citation is because since the last wave we did all this, we've told them, you've got to go in. If you're complaining, you got to go file. You got to go don't just yell at us. Go make an official complaint. That way you have to start the roll. Because And so there's been issues, major issues. This is the reason why I'm adamant, is why I'm passionate about it, is because, I mean, we've had people move out of their houses for months at a time because they could not be there. They could not live in their house because of what's going on. That's why I think that is.
For months at a time.
Yeah.
For one of my locations, months at a time.
It was,
EOG.
I'm talking about Gerald Smith.
Oh.
He went and lived with a relative.
Well, the fact is, EOG has not been cited for any of this stuff. We proposed a solution here that goes above and beyond. I don't think you'll find the term acoustical blankets in the ordinance. If I'm wrong, I missed it. But EOG is willing to do that on these 3 wells.
Now,
And that's
in your
above and beyond.
application, we've got applicants shall erect a 24-foot sound barrier. That was through fencing on east and south boundaries with a pad site.
That was already there.
Right. So there's 24 foot, and you're going to take that down and replace it with 24 foot acoustical. Is what you're proposing?
Correct, during drilling and completion.
Yeah, and I truly think when these wells were originally drilled, we had a point in time sound measurement that was in our ordinance, and we've since moved to a 24-hour constant sound measurement should there be a complaint. So I think that is different. I think we didn't have you do that then. We didn't on this, and I don't think we did it all on this particular one, but we've changed our ordinance since that time a little bit.
Here's the thing I would suggest. If we do this, then I suggest that the city takes the $10,000 that it was going to spend on a noise consultant lady coming in, and we actually set up 24/7 surveillance during the completion as well. So let's just see what kind of sound we get on a regular basis.
No,
if I'm wrong, then we're wrong, but I think it's going to be a lot more than what.
I have no problem with that at all. You know, and that will give us
We're talking about $5,000 or $6,000 if they're talking about.
And at least we would have, we would have objective data to say back, to share back with our people.
I'd like to be able to, because my estimation is there's going to be a lot of.
Let me ask this question: would we place the testing area to be at the home where the?
I keep theirs the same, but.
I would put it at the property limit, but where on
exterior boundaries. If those neighbors would allow us to.
Yeah. And I have no doubt in my mind that if you say, look, we're going to put a sound measuring device in your yard so we can make sure the sound, I have no doubt any neighbor here would be like, please do.
And I guess, I'll wait till Todd. Question I have, Todd, is, you know, when we do all these things, say we find out that you guys are in violation of the noise ordinance, what's the remedy you guys would propose?
In addition to what's already in place?
Right. Say that it's at the exterior boundary protected. You get a complaint, you have a noise company out there, you do the 24/7 monitoring, and lo and behold, you are in violation. What's your remedy?
Try to make it quieter.
And how do you do that?
The only thing you can do on a completion is drop pumps.
Drop
your
pumps,
pumps.
the frac pumps.
I mean, that's
the pumps that push the water and sand down.
One pump is the same sound as 10 pumps. I don't think you can.
right. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at, and that was what I had hoped to. You know, we got a noise analyst in here. He could tell us how some of the things that we could expect to be done to remediate that.
Y'all operate in Fort Worth area, correct? You have those sites? Okay. You did? Yeah. So how did y'all comply with their ordinances?
We put a 24-foot sound wall up with frac main. Grand Prairie, Fort Worth, Mansfield, everything.
24-foot sound wall around it.
Yeah, but it wasn't a blanket. I mean, we would do sound cans just like we did here. We did the.
And if that works, we're all happy. If it doesn't work, our people will be upset with us.
I've never had a sound bust here either. So.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to tell them that I'm not, I think in their mind they're complying. And I think our citizens would say they're crazy if that's, I'd love to see.
Well, no.
And, I mean, so if we're not willing to put in our ordinances 24/7, I say we pay for it at least for one site,
At least one round.
at least one round, and that way we can see what we got going. I mean, I want to do everything we can. I want
I
the
like
citizens
that,
to know that
and
we're
we
doing
could
it.
always adjust it to, even if it's not 24/7, it could be occasionally random checks and make sure.
Well, we're talking, how long is it gonna take you to drill and complete this site? 3 wells?
30 days to drill, roughly.
And then what to
For
completion?
each one.
No, just all three.
All three. What about completion?
Probably the same thing, just to be safe.
So 60, so 2 months. And if it's 250 a day, you get 60 days times 250.
I'm at 45.
12,000.
I don't,
A little more.
I don't do math in public.
I don't either. So 60 days at what, 250?
Yeah.
15,000.
I mean, to me, it's a well worth investment to our citizens. Let them know that we're doing everything we can to protect
And
them.
at this point, it's on us. And if they're in violation, the citation will offset part of that.
And if they're busting it every day, we slide them $260 a day. Get it back foot. I think there's a lot of different questions here. We'll hear from some of the citizens here before we do anything, but the 24-foot sound wall, that's a more of a wall, more of a barrier, more of a sound absorbing barrier than we've had on any well located within the city limits.
I mean, the different things that you can do when you talk about it, you can put up layers of walls.
Right.
I mean, there's ways that there are ways that you can design mitigation efforts.
Raise up
Maybe
another
on a new pad. I don't have enough real estate on the pad.
Yeah.
Going back there to put a, I mean, I barely have enough real estate.
You can't put the sound walls outside the pad.
They don't have the property.
They don't have property
I
rights.
don't have access. And they would, on the north, south end, it would be really tough.
But don't we typically put, when we put site perimeter, is that around the pad?
Yeah.
Top of the pad?
Yeah. In the 24-foot wall, I'm hopeful that it will, since this side is a little bit higher and the protected uses are lower,
It should.
it should do a better job of mitigating this, I would think.
And EOG's willing to do it
Okay.
on those protected sides, and then remove the sound cans, as everyone calls them, the shipping
We
containers.
got all kind of names for them.
Right. That doesn't sound cans.
Removing is the best word for it.
Removing whatever they are, and then also on the fencing requirement. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get to see if it was the same as the Spitfire on the 16-foot getting knocked over and come to windmills. We took it. I think it was just 5-strand barbed wire on this one.
So the shipping containers right now are on the two sides, not all four. Is that right?
Correct.
But the problem with that was it was bouncing. But in theory, with the blankets instead on the two sides, it won't bounce.
Should
Right?
absorb.
Okay.
The other two sides are the turnpike.
It
There's
refract.
no way we're making any more noise.
Well, I know, but I think we've heard from people that it was bouncing and going all kinds of other directions. But that shouldn't happen now.
That was
It was on the Spitfire.
Yeah.
We understand.
Okay.
And see, I mean, that's why him speaking about ambient noise, I mean, what I would like to see in future ordinances is actually plus or minus above ambient noise that is there. Well, because if we tell them that it's already at 68.
What if it's at 40?
I mean, well, but there's very little going to be at 40 on a regular basis. I mean, it's.
But anyway.
I mean.
All right. Well, we may have you guys come back up in a little bit, Todd, Jason, and thank you for.
I'll just stay up here.
You start right there. We'll now open this for public comment. I may mention that since we do have 3 UPORs on the agenda, any public comment that you might have, they're on the same location. They're the same basic thing. So we'll take one public comment session for all 3 of the proposed UPORs listed under item number 8. Once again, if there is any public comment, it will be under the guidelines that were mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. And also be sure to state your name and address for the record. So is there any public comment concerning agenda item number 8?
Hi, Sherry Marcham, M-A-R-C-H-A-M, because the paper got it wrong last time. But I'm across the street, and I don't have a problem with 24-foot sound walls if that's in fact what you're going to do and get rid of those cargo boxes. My concern is, after completion, then what? Are the cargo boxes coming back? Tell us what's going to happen after that, because the aesthetics of those cargo boxes is what we have a real concern with, having to look at that all day long, and whether or not there's vermin, and whether or not there's transients living in there. So please tell us what's going to happen after.
Okay, please address your comments to council.
Okay.
But basically, the site walls will go away, the sound walls will go away afterwards, and then they'll be required to mitigate the sound off of any production equipment on the site, which typically on those sites are compressors for gas lift, and so they would be required to mitigate the sound, and you'll probably see some sound walls go up around those, which is what they've done at their other sites in town, but there will be no cargo boxes coming back around the exterior of that location. That's a promise.
Okay.
Yep.
Because we got promised 16-foot sound walls on the original building, and we got 8-foot cargo boxes. Just saying, we've been burned. So if that's what you'll promise us.
I promise that on video. But yeah, there will be, like I said, some, likely, if they have compressors, some sound walls around those compressors, but they will not be moving cargo boxes in there after they remove these. The goal of those cargo boxes or shipping containers or whatever was sound mitigation during the drilling and completion, and they just seem to, I think maybe they thought they'd be back to drill additional wells a lot quicker than they were, and so they just were a convenient place, I think, to store them, and once they leave, I don't anticipate they'll ever be back.
Well, and that's been the issue. We talk a lot about noise, but our concern is aesthetics. Right? We want our community to look nice. We don't want it to look like a bunch of cargo boxes.
I understand.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm really short. My name is Jennifer Prince. I live at 1515 Jordan Drive. My house is the closest structure. It's less than 300 feet from this Comcast site. Let me just let you know what it's like living this close to this type of thing. I've had the entire city water tower dumped on my acreage. It took all the dirt with it. I have a puddle, a gully now there. They never did their drainage when they built the pad correctly, so their water when it rains comes onto my property when it rains. Now that I have a gully, nothing drains correctly. I have puddles and ponding when it rains. This was exacerbated by the oil, salt, and water that came up out of the ground in this same location for 2 years. It took over 2 years and a severe drought for this to dry out. Your house, besides the fact that you get no sleep at night for months, your house shakes uncontrollably. You think you are living in California. It shakes so hard. I had things in cabinets that have been there for over 20 years rattling down and falling out because it's too close. The parking lot, they use my property as their personal parking lot. I called the police to have them removed. I called my city council to have them removed. At no point in time did anyone do anything to protect my rights. They changed the floodplain. They trespassed on my personal property constantly. And then when I had to personally go and remove them every single day for months, because their trucks take months and months and months of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, using my lawn as their parking lot. Every day I did this, had to go out there and tell them, please remove your property from my property. And they would laugh at me. I feel like I'm not being protected not only by my local policeman who wouldn't show up to escort them off my property, that I had to, my 5-foot-tall self had to do it by myself. That you can't get them to at least address the flooding issue that they caused. Still will not acknowledge, coming up with excuses, and they still want to do it 3 more times? Are you kidding me? You cannot imagine how hard it is to go 6 months to a year and not get any sleep. It is excruciatingly painful to go through life like this. I am not the same person I was previous to the first time they did this, and I'm going to live through it 3 more times. I can't even imagine how I'm going to do that. For the love of God, just make them at least accountable for the crap that they've done. Please, beyond just the sound, for the destruction of property. And why does our property and our lives not matter to anyone? It's not fair.
Any additional public comment concerning this agenda item?
I just wanted to bring up a couple of points real quick. I'm
Name and
sorry,
address for the
I
record,
didn't
please.
remember his name. Oh, I'm Patty Sharinga at 2112 Lakeview Drive. I don't remember his name, and so I'm just calling him lawsuit in a blazer. But he said that they've never received a citation, and they did receive a citation. He said they would fight it in court on May 2nd at the last meeting that I was at.
His company did not receive a citation. His company was not drilling the wells.
Okay, all right.
A different company.
Okay, well then I don't know why he was saying they would fight it in court. So.
Well, anyway.
Okay, so anyways, as far as the sound, I agree with her. Unless you're living there that close to it, you really don't know what we're experiencing. For 3 weeks, I complained about it incessantly to my husband because he works nights and was not home during that time to experience what I was hearing on a nightly basis when I couldn't sleep. And he would kind of just laugh it off and shrug it off. Well, then he got switched to a day job during the last 3 or 4 days of the fracking that was going on. And he said, this is making me nauseous. He said, it's literally, he said, I think I can feel my brain shaking. He said, this is driving me insane. I don't know how you've done this. And I just laughed and I said, welcome to my world. And I said, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from me because you didn't show me a lot of sympathy in the last 3 weeks. But it is a problem. And when they say that it's not going over the 75 decibels just for 3 hours, I don't know what they're doing to come up with those readings, but that can't possibly be true. When they're saying that it's a motorcycle going by or a car going by, it's like I have never in my life called the city to complain about a car driving down the highway or a truck driving down the highway or a motorcycle driving down the highway. That's a ridiculous comment that we would complain about that type of noise. Our city ordinances, I have read them, and it does say that there's rules about whistling too loud after certain times in the evening. These things were going on so loud in the evenings. It wasn't during the daytime. The daytime, it was fairly quiet. It was the evenings when it really cranked up and it got so loud. And by the time you're trying to go to bed, that you're dealing with this on a nightly basis. And so maybe this one doesn't affect me. It's not going to be next to my property, but I know that there's more to come on my property. And my heart goes out to you. I'm very sorry for what they have experienced. And so I wanted to get up and speak on behalf of them as well, because they were here for me. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Any additional public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, this time we'll close the public comment portion of item number 8. So in the proposal from EOG, what their application is a 24-foot sound barrier erected on the east and south boundaries of the pad. They've indicated that will be a acoustical sound blanket and that the existing Connex boxes will be removed from the site. And EOG can tell me if there's anything that I'm mentioning that is not correct.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's accurate.
Were there any other items included in planning commission approval that need to be addressed?
That I don't know, but I would ask or put in that motion or whatever it may be that's already out there an STC rating of at least 50 or greater. Because, reading on some of this here online of those STC ratings, 25 is the lowest you can go. We know that's not doing a thing. I believe Jason, you should go a higher STC rating to control this.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes, ma'am. I think it used to fit.
50.
50, okay. Janae, was there anything specific to the planning commission approval or recommendation for approval?
Because this is on a previously approved pad site, it only has to go through city council to add.
Oh, that's right, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. You are correct.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
speaking on the property, the adjacent property to them, but I'm gonna assume that it's probably trucks, sand trucks or something that you park out on the road that may be up on the edge of the driveway or something of that nature. Or, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure on that, if they were just parked right in their yard or.
They were parked all the way up to my personal property, to my building, all the way up my driveway. I had over 30 trucks at one time.
Now, so one of the things
Personal vehicles.
we need to make sure with future wells, and like I said, this was already in the game as well, is we can't stack trucks on city streets.
No.
They have to be able to be off the streets onto the well side and not parking on city streets. Because if they're on city streets and if they're even parking on the edge, the further they try to get off the streets, the more they're going to damage the edge of our roadways.
Exactly.
And I don't know, Kevin, have you looked at the drainage out there? I guess I'm assuming it's shooting across 16th Street onto that property. If that's the case, if it's in city right away, then there's got to be something we can do with the Great All or something to ensure that water is captured and sent down our drainage.
To what it was previously.
We can take a look at that. There was a lot of washout that was created during that time because one of our major water mains was hit. There was February of that, and it caused a major problem, right?
I remember that.
Yeah, I know too, 'cause it was 11 degrees out and the guy was trying to fix it at night. But anyway, that's what caused a lot of the washout and things of that nature, so.
We need to we need someone advocating for our citizens on things like that, though. And maybe we did, maybe we didn't, but that's one thing we can watch for is that. And I have a feeling, and I'm not sure what this resident how she was describing it, but the way she described it sounds like they were lining up so many trucks that they were lining up on Jordan Drive or something down there.
Were they on Jordan? That's what I was wondering.
So I have the access driveway from 16th Street.
Oh, is that your building back there?
Yes, that's
okay.
that's part of my personal property.
Okay.
There's that building back there, and it has a drive so that I have access to that building.
Okay.
The trucks, the rigs that get the oil were in the road. The personal vehicles, and I'm sure I've got one on my phone, I can show you. Originally, the first time, it was just one or two on the side, on the edge of my property. But what's happened, if you'll go out there and look, the grass used to actually meet the road. It is sunken because, again, we have all these mitigating factors. You've got, this truck that weighs tons, personal vehicles.
Okay.
But at one time when I came home, I had personal vehicles all the way up beyond past my building on my personal driveway.
Really?
I would go out, they would laugh at me. It became a thing. Now, when I go out there and they saw my little tiny butt squiggling out there and running out and saying, "You got to get off my property," they just laugh at me. I was ridiculed in my own home by these people.
Can I say this, that there should be no trespassing. And if the city council hears about that, or Mr. Self, if you hear about it, you have my phone number, you have Jason Boykin's number, call either one of us if that happens. That shouldn't happen.
And like I said, this was very early in the process, and we've learned a great deal since then. We're still learning, and we're still trying to improve the process. So, but like I said, if there are any issues along those lines, feel free to reach out to the city manager. He'll have both individuals on the phone immediately to address those. And I will say EOG has always been responsive. We can always get a hold of somebody with EOG.
Yeah, Jason's never failed.
And so we do appreciate that as well. So
I am seeing on the site that, and maybe they removed some containers, but they've got containers all along the south side. There's only like 40 foot going towards the north.
40 or
East
80,
side.
Yeah,
depending on how long.
Yeah.
they might have moved them.
So, I mean, I think by this, we're saying they're gonna put one, we're gonna put it all along that, because we do have protected use to the east.
Yeah.
It says the east and south boundaries of the pad site.
Have they
I was just
removed some
wanting to
over time?
confirm, because what they had up,
Yeah.
what they had up saying east and south, these, they only did about 80 foot.
How long has it been since they, did the last round on this property?
Is it 18? 18 sounds
Okay.
right.
So maybe they've moved them since then.
Are you gonna have to do dirt work around the pad site additional, because it's been sitting for about 4 years?
No, we'll just blade the location off a little bit, clean it up.
I don't know if you guys gonna have to regrade or.
Yeah. And the water issue, not throwing anybody under the bus, but the main wasn't marked when we were putting the pipeline in. That's why we get the main. It's flooded. I've not ever heard from you, but I'll make sure you have my number, and you can call me day or night. Everybody else in Newcastle has it. I'm shocked you don't have it.
I've called so many people and I don't
Well, I
remember.
promise you
Every
that
time
if
I
somebody-
try to contact anyone, I never get
If
responses
somebody's
to
parked in
calls.
your driveway, they won't ever be back on the side. Ever. Period.
I would like that first time around, really. And I'd like an apology, is what I would like.
Well, I didn't personally do it.
I understand
And
that.
I didn't know it.
All of you are responsible for the people that work
Okay,
there.
wait, let's address everything to council.
So I texted my sound wall guy, the best that I can get is like a 34, but he's saying a 15 to 20 decibel drop.
The best you can get to 34?
Yes. I'm not saying I can't try to get better, but that's what he's got, the 34. That's what they put up everywhere in municipalities, the 34.
Do we know, well, I'm sure you guys gotta know, what type of decibel that you guys are getting at site?
I would have to look at the test we took, but I mean, I don't think we've ever had anything 68, 69.
I mean, actually, right next to the rig?
Right next to the rig?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the rig's not loud. It's the pop, the banging, or the backup alarms on equipment that everybody, I'm not saying there's not vibration from the rig, but as far as noise, the rig's not loud. Completion's loud, but the rig's not loud at all.
On the
Like,
completion,
I
so
sleep on it all the time.
on the completion side, what, do you know how many decibels that's producing?
I don't. I mean, I've never stood right beside it.
I'm sorry, we've already closed public comment on this agenda item. So, any more comment from council?
Yeah.
You know, I think there's always more we can do. I think and we intend on doing more. I don't disagree with Tommy. You know, I'm not at all against doing a 24/7 monitoring during the period of drilling and completion on this operation at the city's expense to get a little bit of a basis for how we move forward in addressing noise. And I'm assuming with this one, you know, if this was approved and they put a 34 SPC up, I guess give us a good idea of how good a job a 34 SPC does. I do have concerns of our ability to delay these applications that were filed under the existing ordinance that we had in
And
place.
Mayor, excuse me interrupting, this is the original ordinance that these went under, right?
In relationship to setback.
Yes, yes,
Correct.
the original. Our ordinance already has improved in terms of the distance.
Absolutely.
So
Significantly.
we've made several changes to this old ordinance. And some of the wells have already gone in with our modified ordinance, and now we're going to improve it even more. But this was the original 18-year-old ordinance, unfortunately, that we're...
40-year-old ordinance.
Probably 40, yeah.
I mean, under our current ordinances, this well site wouldn't have been.
Right.
They couldn't have drilled there.
So we've done some things, but we're proverbial cat's out of the bag on these original ones in terms of that. I feel good about any progress we make with the blankets, any progress we can make with the committed from the city to monitor, and maybe a more diligent approach, city manager, from our law enforcement or like to have you to help us to be as responsive to these complaints, because I don't even know if a police officer would know that I should go do this or that. So we do need some quick response to infringements for property and things like that. So, I mean,
I would have to point out, trucks on private property is going to be a civil issue. It's not a police issue. Police issue would be on public street. So, I mean, trespassing, yes.
But if the trucks are on there, aren't they committing trespass?
Potentially. I got two officers.
No, the only way they'd be trespassing is if she requests that they would be removed to the person, and the person refuses to do it. At that point in time, they can be trespassed.
So how many times does she have to do that?
One time. She doesn't trespass first. But she does have to trespass first.
Right, but so
per person, per vehicle.
Continual violations, they're trespassing after that.
And that individual it doesn't work for a company. It's individual. But for example, if she says, "Hey, it comes back on," she can call and have a tow truck come get it.
Well, she can have a tow truck. Yeah. She can tow the vehicle at any time. The vehicle doesn't have to be towed past. This is the person. She could actually call a tow truck and have it removed at the owner's cost. The individual on the property would have to be trespassed before he could be legally trespassed. Right.
See, this is interesting because sometimes our police officers have said, I can't do that.
Right.
And our residents find that amazing because they know we have an ordinance. But it doesn't always apply that a law enforcement officer is going to adjudicate or take action, right?
Right.
So it's good for us to know and good for our residents to know.
Maybe we come up with a packet that we send to adjacent properties that are going to be impacted that say these are your rights.
I think that's a pretty good idea.
These are your rights. This is how you should handle any situation that is happening.
That goes back to what I was asking Heather before the meeting. I found some cities that have an informational web page on the city page that explains how all this works. Here's how the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, here's what they have purview over, here's what we have purview over, here's their rules and laws, their statutes, here's our ordinances, here's who you contact, whatever, and have all that laid out, and that sounds like that's something that needs to, maybe, I don't know, articulated too, right? Because I never would have known that, right? But we've already talked about that, and that's something that's easily done. I even talked to Scott about it the other day, and so I think that it will help our people if they have a resource to go to and look at, so they understand beforehand when we can start the conversation from where we're at as a city and what we can help with and what the Corporation Commission can help with. Because frankly, I was on their side the other day looking after all this, right? Trying to find where do you complain to at the commission? Where do you do any of those things? And so as a city, we can help that and help ourselves too, being a little on the proactive, like not offense really, but proactive about here's what's out there, here's your resources.
Much more informed citizenry.
Right, right.
Which is always good.
Yeah, so.
All right. Just for a point in time, we'll entertain a motion. Questions or comments from council?
Not a popular motion to make today, but based on the fact that we have thoroughly discussed, and I think EOG has heard how personal it is to everyone. I think I see that they have a full understanding of where we're sitting, particularly with this one in general tonight. So I'm very confident. I will go on a limb and say I don't think that the Princess will have anybody on their property, probably. Pretty sure the warning's going to go out, right? If you want a job, then you don't touch anybody's property, right? And so I will make a motion because I do believe that, although I really want us to have some finality on our language, I'm a nerd with rules and statutes, and I think that we're bound already to what we're bound to. And so I feel like that, let's see how this goes. Let's see how the acoustical blanket works. We'll all have Jason's phone number and go forward. And so I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 7A.
8A.
8A,
with
I
the minimum,
doodled all over 8 and I
minimum of 34 SPC.
34 STC and 24-foot sound barrier on the east and south.
Just so we're clear on the motion, during drilling and completion.
During drilling and completion, yes.
Okay. I understood that, I just wanted to make it clear.
Yep, no, it's better to articulate.
And I swear for you guys that those Connex boxes will never be back.
He said he'll take it.
Acoustical sound blanket.
You missed the never come back.
They will never go back there. I mean, I may ask for one at my farm. I got to use some more storage. So
Fine with me.
Yeah.
All right, a motion, do I have a second?
I will second.
Motion second for approval of item number 8A, mandating a 24-foot sign wall along the south and east boundaries, a minimum 34 STC rating, along with all the other requirements set in the application.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tony Clay,
No.
Jim Reed.
All the neighbors are around me on either side of me for these two. So I'm at risk, but I'm gonna say yes. I think it's the right thing.
Comment.
Yes. Item number 8B, UPR 2023-010, Tomcat 16213H. As I mentioned prior to our discussion, we did all public comment, the same as these three agenda items falling under item number 8 at one time, so there'll be no additional public comment. Any comment from council?
I would comment.
Okay.
And it may go without saying, but they're going to drill one at a time, right?
No, that's what I was asking earlier.
They drill one,
They're
move it
going to drill
over.
3 holes at the same time.
I don't know, that's what I was asking
They
earlier.
move the rig over and drill.
They move it over.
They've estimated 30 days on drilling total.
For all three.
Correct. Okay.
Okay.
So
And 30 days of
all
completion.
I'm saying is we have three items here, and they're going to do one at a time. And we're probably going to approve them tonight, but I don't want B to happen until we make sure that A happens properly. That's a fair ask, isn't it? That
Well,
I like to support. At some point, there needs to be a gate, because if A isn't done as we expect, which I think it will, but if it's not,
well, I mean, I think isn't that what the complaint process would be as it goes? That would have to work its way out through complaint, citation, and all that.
But there's
right?
gonna be a quick turnaround.
The rig will be there. The drilling rig's there.
Slide over.
Okay. So the way it works is we set up, we'll go all the way back, away from our home well, we'll batch drill them, so we'll skid and slide back to the first well. It's not that we move the rig every time. It's set up to be able to move across instead of skids.
Oh.
Okay. So they all three get drilled at the same time. We'll set the surface and everything.
Okay.
I mean, it's just 7 days in between. But we go all the way forward, set surface, which is below the water
I was
table.
looking for a go, no-go date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council?
Once we start, we don't stop.
Counselor, I have a feeling mine's not going to fly, is it?
Jason, not the way you described it. Will they frack all of them at one time?
Yes.
Okay, so all three will be fracked at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll go stage, next well stage, next well stage, back. So it's a zipper frac.
Yeah.
When you say stage, just for what do you mean by a stage? Is that just?
It's the number predetermined by engineers how many stages will complete in that lateral.
Okay,
so I mean, there could be 10, there could be 35 stages of the lateral.
Basically, that would be to get a mile and a half down.
100%.
Okay.
Whatever the distance
Oh, I
might
see what
be.
you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
So, I have no further comment.
All right.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 8E with the same conditions as 8A. Can I say it like that? Okay.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 8B with the same conditions as item 8A.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
No.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Earl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8C, UPR number 2023-011, Tomcat 1621-4H.
And motion approved in item 8C, same conditions as A and B.
I'll say.
Motion second for approval of item number 8C, with the same conditions as item number 8A and 8B.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
No.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Earl Nell.
Yes. Item number 9, discussion possible action and recommendations of the planning commission. Item number 9A, discussion possible action on planning commission recommendations for approval of replat of lot 18, block 1, and lot 13, block 2 of the final plat of Tetris. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break real quick. Maybe even 6.
representative is here, Kendall Dillon with Tractor Toll, if you have any additional questions. And I'm happy to take any questions as well.
I think we pretty much thoroughly discussed this when we looked at the preliminary. So, any public comment concerning this agenda item? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve item 9A.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 9A.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clyde.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 9B, public hearing discussion and possible action on planning commission recommendation for conditional use permit for oil and gas well for Patsy Ann McMahon, trustee of the 180 River Family Trust, Charter Oak Production Company, LLC, for the Orvis 1-35-26-23XH, located in the north half and northeast of Section 2, Township 8 North, Range 4 West, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma. Property location: the south side of Southeast 32nd Street, approximately 1/2 mile east of US 62, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number UPOR 2023-012. Shows that this will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Item number 9C, public hearing discussion and possible action on planning commission recommendation for conditional use permit for oil and gas well for Deborah Brett Downey, Revocable Living Trust, Deborah Downey, trustee, Warwick Jupiter, for the War Turtle 30-19-1-WXH, located in east half of the northwest quarter, section 31, township 10 north, range 4 west, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma. Property location 1/2 mile north of State Highway 37 on North Council Road, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number UPOR 2023-014.
As you stated, this is a request for a new pad site for a new well, oil and gas well, UPOR 2023-014, for a conditional use permit. The War Turtle 3019-1-WXH will be on a 4.15 acre pad site, located on the 240.39 acre tract owned by the Downey Revocable Living Trust. The entrance will be approximately 1/2 mile north of Highway 37 on the west side of North Council Road, down here, where there is already an existing approved entry to an existing site there. It is zoned general agricultural, and the surrounding is all ag. And ag land uses and single family dwellings. The applicant does have their OCC permit to drill, and they have their mitigation and reclamation plans, the required map and noise study. The well bore is greater than 1,000 feet from any protected use listed in chapter 113.001 and 300 feet from any adjacent property lines. During planning commission, and they did ask for a couple things, that the well site, the pad site, be allowed to be non-bob wire, because they do have cattle running on the site currently, and that they also asked it for sound wall on the west and south side of the pad site during the drilling and completion. Planning Commission recommended approval of this UPOR with a vote of 4-0.
You said
non-barbed wire. Not.
What kind of wire do they want?
Just wire.
Smooth?
It's smooth wire for horses.
Oh, for horses. They're going to say for cattle, they would want barbed wire, but horses.
Yeah. Horses, not cattle.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Because cattle like the barbed wire. I don't know.
Cattle go right through us.
Yeah. Imitation is trespass.
It starts right through.
The sound walls are on those two sides you mentioned, or not?
That's correct.
They're on those.
That was the recommendation
And
by
do we know the
Planning Commission.
The gas company for this one? Or,
Yes.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, this is the Warwick Jupiter Gas Company.
Oh.
Warwick
Oh, that's
Jupiter.
the name of
Okay.
Warwick Jupiter.
Oh, okay.
For the War Turtle.
Moved to Newcastle, remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it ones out of Colorado?
No, no. I don't know where.
No, I'm not real sure. No, sure.
That's a private name.
Oklahoma City.
Oh.
We do have applicant representatives here for any additional questions as well.
All right, any questions for the applicant or for planning staff?
Still can't figure out where that's at. My brain's fried.
Jungle Road.
Down near County Line Road.
So yeah, here's
So,
County Line Road. This is the old, Jungle Road. It's closed section line.
okay, so
Thanks
if
for council.
you go straight up
Council.
from 37 and Council, straight up from B-Ray's
Oh.
Barbecue, etc.
North,
Oh.
Like you go into John's house and then you turn left instead of
Then they're
right.
gonna enter way,
37.
now that I'm not worried about this, but they're gonna enter way down there and build a road all the way up to the upper electric corner.
That's correct. This road is not open currently.
I thought I heard you say southeast 32nd. I was like, how does that work?
So is
I
that
think
that
I'd be wrong.
neighborhood there, those plotted, those colors down below it? Is that our closest neighborhood?
No, to the west here.
But down on south of it though, is that the neighborhood between them
What is all that?
and the barbecue place?
Here,
No,
I don't
on the south side of the plot.
That's outside of the entire 200 some odd acres. Yeah, that's the neighborhood north of Barbecue Place.
neighborhood and commercial,
no, there's up there, it's north.
No, 37's at the bottom.
37's
It
here,
is off the map to the bottom.
right here.
Oh.
So
Right
my
here.
point, my
You
point.
can barely see it.
Okay, here's my point.
36.
No, that's 37.
That's
Highway
37.
Oh, Highway 30,
Highway 37.
Highway 37. Good grade, I'm going.
I'm sorry, Highway 37, and then council here,
Yeah.
north.
Oh, that's what 40
That whole,
Mhm.
Council's to the very right of the red.
Yeah.
there's already a pad site there?
So then
Yes.
we're up, like,
Okay.
A little pad there.
A little pad with a lease here,
yeah.
and they're gonna continue on through that.
Traffic.
So
Through
it has
that.
to be way up front.
Yeah.
That's how
Okay.
they're gonna access that.
Okay.
So they're gonna use that same access road,
Mm-hmm.
pad site's already there.
Mm-hmm.
Different pad site though.
The new pad site is
North of
here.
that,
Correct.
Yeah, the pad site's, the turnaround, I mean,
well, no, I was trying to,
Well, the pad site, the existing one's down in here, it's fairly close.
Oh, I see.
And they're gonna cut a new
There's the
road
existing pad.
up
It's
through
gonna be
here
up here.
to get this guy
Okay.
common over in here.
But that closest house to the west is how far away?
About, the house is almost 1,000 feet away.
Okay.
The barns are 400 to
Oh,
300.
that's a barn. Okay.
And it's because of the barns, we really ask for the sound, or for the sound wall.
Yeah. Okay, I see that now.
I will state also that, when staff was reviewing this application, that they,
I know, but I mean, where are they?
Yeah. Technically.
From 37,
We don't
where?
come through here. I'm only gonna go all the way.
every requirement for our ordinance
This
was
is-
addressed and submitted.
Council.
Our brains are a little fried right now. Sorry.
Wait a second, council.
Gordon, were you concerned at all about
Here,
the
and they go west.
traffic going in that, I mean, the traffic is gonna turn into the, just north of that little neighborhood, south of them, right?
Right, there's a waterway that kind of goes across there that they've already built that entrance in, and it's one of our approved type entrances.
Remember all the traffic that went right by the house of Mr. Gerald Smith or? I'm not trying to compare the two, I just wonder how much traffic.
They're gonna use part of that established road from the previous pad and then turn it up and go up?
And build a new road. It will, I would not anticipate this being that big of a traffic pattern.
There's an
That house there is not part of who owns that, that's a separate person, right?
Correct.
This is the road we're talking about coming in on.
Right. And over in here somewhere is where they're gonna split all
Right. I figured they thought about.
about right there.
Yeah. Take that, probably that trail, or is that a trail or a creek? Probably a creek. Like a trail.
It will, well,
That's my biggest
the
concern.
turn-in looked like it would handle most of the traffic. It will be a well's worth of traffic. And it will go by those two additions, Kings.
Wind Creek 1 is on the west, and then you have Briarwood and Sienna Red.
That's your one for Laddick, Robert Laddick.
So how close is that entry to that house? And this is probably material, but I'm still, how far is that entrance to that furthest house on the north side of that neighborhood?
Right.
You're talking about here?
No, the one
No,
on the south end.
Right where it comes off Council and goes in.
The furthest house north on that neighborhood below the turn-in.
Well,
this is all-
actually, I think there's another house north of that addition.
North of this edition.
Well, this isn't approved, this is already existing.
Oh, is that not what he's talking about?
Well, he's talking about Twin Creek. Two, well, that is it, okay.
Yeah.
You're right, I'm sorry.
That road
Yeah,
comes
it's
just on the
cul-de-sac
edge,
right
Just by that
to the north
cul-de-sac.
edge of his property
Is
line.
that 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet?
It's not many.
84.67 is what I,
From
to the edge of the road, to the
Pull
edge
up
of the
Google
house.
Earth, didn't I? I just had Google Earth. I can't measure. Where'd you?
Huh? Oh, I can perimeter because I measured it on.
Did any of the neighbors speak about this?
Nobody there.
Well, I mean, would this person even have been notified? They probably wouldn't close enough.
That's true.
Yeah.
They probably did not get notified.
Yeah.
Because even with,
Because the entrance to it doesn't make sense until you realize.
I'm
you've
not
got
looking to bar
common
trouble for the
property.
driller, but.
And there's no real access
Up there.
off the county line.
And will they be hauling the oil away from that well site? Instead of pipeline?
They haul all the oil, they truck the water, or they pipe the water.
That's gonna be a heck of
What's
a
this
amount.
jungle road?
There's gonna be a heck of
Jungle road?
amount
No.
of traffic right by that neighborhood, right by that house.
are they here? Can you please not park your truck on the?
No, I'm talking about the north. Mr. Gerald, I can't remember his last name, but
Smith?
it was a Smith.
Mhm.
Trucks came in there,
Oh,
slow down, and then they have to gear up to go, and we care about noise. I'm just saying, that neighbor may hear a remarkable amount of noise. I just want us to be aware of it. I don't know if
I
there's
mean, I
anything
wonder if
we
there's
can
a
do.
way you could sound wall up right off of that. I don't know how much it would.
Yeah, they put up the 10 sound wall, and the neighbor just laughed at us, but anyway. I don't know how far, I'm not trying to bar trouble, it's just an observation. It's an observation, there'll be a lot of trucks coming up, slowing down right about there, and then changing gears, turning left and go. Is there any way they could enter a little bit further north?
there's there's not any, there's no real interest over into this property along there, and that's kind of a sluice for a lot of that. Yeah. Clear up to jungle, to the
And the property to the east of that property is owned by a different individual too.
Well, the road still goes there, isn't it?
The existing road goes across it, but to get a new road.
I mean, Council Road, does it continue to go north there along that property?
No, Council Road's over to the right.
Council Road's right
right
here.
there. Yeah, it
Here's
doesn't abut
Council.
Council Road.
That's a different landowner.
What?
Yeah, so the entrance here, this oil field road
It's not this house right here.
It's not on this track. It's got they bought the right of way for that, to access another time, and they're using that same road.
Okay,
to go.
no, it's still the same guy then. They're using that, yeah.
So how long ago was this well site?
It's still the same guy.
This smaller one.
I think a long time ago.
So they
it was
bought
it was
that,
a
he said they
vertical
bought
well.
that right before. They already bought this right to go
where
across
it's
the.
there.
Right.
Because of course,
Gordon, it was probably about 7 years ago,
7 years ago.
6 or 7 years ago, because I lived there. I know it.
Yeah. So this site here is in the far northwest corner of Downey's property,
That's correct.
Yes.
and it can't be accessed off of County Line Road.
Over here.
No,
Really?
no. There's
This-
a big swell
this
right
road,
here. And
The
it's
Jungle Road doesn't go through, and it's never been developed.
Jungle Road.
There's a jungle road that's basically north of that property,
That's a
which
name?
doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The road doesn't exist, yeah.
Well, I don't know how far, I know our street department went in and did work
I
in
know,
there.
I'm
Really? Yes, they did, and I don't know how far they went in, but street superintendent was telling me that going in from county line would be a heck of a lot easier to build or fill in or whatever needed to be done than it would coming off of council back to the west.
Yeah,
Going to this site? Correct.
doesn't go any further west.
Did you guys look at that?
Yes.
Coming off of county line?
Yeah,
So-
there's a massive ravine right
There
there
you
at the
go. Thank
northwest
you.
corner of Debbie Downey's property and the Milam property to the west. It's about 25 feet down. There's a car down in
You want
there.
to come up and say your
Really?
name?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's a car down in there?
For the record, please.
Sorry.
Eric Wells for Warwick. Yeah, we've been out there to the property, reviewed different options to get in. We would love to use Jungle Road, but it doesn't exist, either from the east or the west. That ravine in the northwest corner of Debbie's property, it is 25 feet down in there. There's a car in there, some water heaters. So I don't see a feasible way to make that work.
You're saying there's a ravine right there?
Where the trees are?
That jungle, I know Jungle Road doesn't exist, but there's
Would you show it on the large screen, Tommy?
Well,
Can you show us?
Can we get them Google Maps?
well, it's
I know, that's what I'm looking at.
it's probably not. I mean, because that would all be dirt road. I mean, which that's what you guys do anyway.
So show me the path, they would enter that. If you were in a truck on Highway 37, start at 37 down below.
Down there.
Right up there.
That's council?
Yeah, and turn where?
Over here, the purple line.
And turn where?
Turn left right at the top of the yellow.
There.
Right on
Yeah,
the yellow
okay.
pipe. There's
That's
where
it,
they
right
go in.
there. That's where it's pointing.
They have
Okay.
they have access.
Yes,
That's an existing lease road.
yes,
Um,
okay,
Still
That-
going by those neighbors.
yep, okay.
Go.
And then you're gonna turn it right here.
Yeah, really good ones.
Weaved up around.
Because it's Downey that it's, you're leasing it from?
So how? Are you gonna have to clear trees for that route?
Yeah, they're leasing
Yeah.
it from Downey, so they're just
So,
gonna turn it right
I guess
there.
I'm curious. I'm just talking out loud. I'm trying to find
Yeah.
a different path on to actually clear Jungle Road, unless there's a ravine there where all those trees are.
So there's a massive ravine on the northwest part of Debbie's property.
Northwest.
Yep, where the top of that red box is, top corner.
Yeah, I'm talking about coming
Yeah, and
here.
so on that side,
We had to go across another landowner.
Well, this is his land here.
so
Well, that's but it's Jungle Road, is that not?
That road doesn't go through.
So
What do you
it's
mean
been-
by it doesn't
It's been
exist?
gated off here, it's fenced off by.
Oh.
This,
Yeah.
there. This roadbed is about 15, 20 feet below the grade on each side, and it's extremely narrow.
Okay.
And then once you get here, it is all washed out. To be able to maintain a lease road, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've gone down every option trying to find that way. And
I
I've
just-
tried to find some other ways in as well on the west side.
My biggest concern is what we've talked about. We've had this, that neighbor. I don't think your drilling operation is going to be any problem whatsoever, but your truck operation for that guy right there.
From Mr. Laddick.
It's a nightmare.
Who is that?
Laddick,
Laddick?
Robert and Candace Laddick.
We're going to get to know them real well.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just beat
And
from
that's, I'm not
property line.
saying, that's going to suck.
Laddick.
I mean, they're only.
Robert.
On the same page 387 of your packet has the road route and everything referenced in there if you want to take a look. Shows the exact route.
They're only a couple of 100 feet away from that road. Maybe they could car this.
And I mean, it's an active lease road. I mean, it's been used for the last several years. So
Nothing like this.
well, so I mean, I will say just so the council is fully clear, we're drilling one well. We're not drilling a full pad layout with 4 to 5 wells at a time. We're gonna drill one well.
So what's your timeline through completion?
Less than 30 days of drill, about 2 weeks to complete at the most. Try to be done in about 10 days.
And then after that, what's the traffic going to be like on?
All gas will be piped out. We made a lot of gas here. And then oil trucks will obviously be coming in and out, but we expect a lot more.
How many a day do you think that would be? I can't say that. Who's in production?
Yeah.
And if this is good enough, though, you'll probably be back, correct?
So there's a chance. We view development a little bit differently than some of the other companies. We don't do really tight well spacing. So when we look at drilling 4 wells on this unit, it's probably nothing we would do. So 1, 2 wells. But I can never tell you that I won't be back here for the future. So.
And there'll be horizontal drilling though?
Yes.
Are you going north,
going north towards the river.
What's your proposed sound wall made out of?
Sure. So we are outside the 1,000 foot buffer to where we don't, according to your ordinances, does not require a sound wall. We went ahead and put one on the entire west side, and then the first 100 feet on the south and the first 100 feet on the north, kind of create a shallow U, and it will be STC 34. That is something that we already negotiated with our sound group. So 16 foot. And I will say that the site sits about 60 feet higher than all those properties on the west. It gets a little bit lower as you come down. Those properties rise up a little bit, but we will be up above that and absorbing the sound of the west, pushing to the east. So, and as you guys can probably see, there's a lot of tree growth there.
Yeah.
So very mature.
I hope you're back in this one. That would be very shaded. Very protected.
At least during the summer.
Well, I'm saying sound diffusion.
Yeah, during the summer, at least.
Any other questions, council? All right, any public comment concerning this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. What council's thoughts?
It's one of the best well sites we could have asked for.
I know. That was really
Except for that one guy.
We've got someone just, going a little above and beyond, and
He's back there scratching out notes.
And it may just be what it is, and that is those trucks are going to be turning there. And they're not real close to they're coming up council, turning there. It'll be more than one house there because they're going to go all the way across that whoever's on that cul-de-sac will hear traffic. But
yeah, that'd be me.
Well, who's that?
That'd be me.
Are you that far?
Yeah. Yeah, he's north of there.
Well, I'm going to be directly east of this.
Well, but north and east. That direction.
He's north of the.
Oh, yeah, I know where you're at. Yeah.
Turning point, but he's east, directly east of
Well, we're talking, and I'm thinking about those neighbors right there where they will turn.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be coming off 37 going north on council. It's really narrow right there, and that's just going to be a traffic issue.
No, I'm going to agree with you. I think the turn is going to be tough.
Oh, wait. We've had a well site further down this, have we not?
They never drilled.
Just now really, yeah. That, man, we were talking about we was going to have to, that street line and possibly.
Direction of travel was established coming from the west going east to make that turn.
That last time. We need to do that this time.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way they're going to get in and out of there.
Right.
Do you understand that?
All truck traffic coming from the west on Highway 37.
Yeah, that way we can get in. Otherwise, you're never, you're going to create way too tight. I guess zoomed into that intersection.
We addressed that.
You did.
We addressed that with some other proposal.
The one
native going up down past the water plant.
Down at, are they bringing their trucks up out of Lindsay, or are they bringing them up out of Oklahoma City?
I mean, we'll accommodate that. I mean, that's what needs to occur for.
Yeah, because it'll be very unsafe. Because you get a truck stuck trying to get.
I mean, if the turn is too narrow, then we'll accommodate that how we need to.
Because you would literally have to turn from the middle turning lane to the right, and just going across 2 lanes to get across there. I'll show you what. You've seen it. I've seen it. You studied it.
Yeah.
All right, no, yeah. Okay.
We're going to have generated past this. It's going to be a rub board right there coming down the hill from the trucks. The rub board effect.
Washboard.
Oh, is that what that's called?
In the Empire, it was. We call it differently.
Them dang outlaws.
Alright.
So we do have some neighbors that live directly east of there, and Mr. Gordon may be one of them, but they're a long way. I don't know how far across it is of that property. Quarter mile.
Across the property.
So that's the one. That's the one side they're not going to put a fence on.
But there's a big, thick bunch of trees going
between
east.
the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully that's big enough to block that.
No, that's in a, but I would assume that's in a low, the trees are in a lower area, that's why they're growing the way they are.
Let me see. They start up at a high point, and then they do start to taper into that low, like we talked about, where the road washes out. But there are still mature trees up on those high points where we are.
Hopefully that'll soak it up.
Well, they should do a lot. Now, it also depends on how old, without getting people there, see how, anyway, it's well outside of what. Believe it or not, I have no issues with this.
Would you make the motion?
You just want to.
Would you go so far? Would you go so far to make it?
No. This is 9B, right?
9C.
9C.
Well, it has to be 9C.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve 9C with the provisions that all traffic will come from the west on Highway 37 to enter the site. That was it, wasn't it? All the provisions.
A motion have a second?
Second.
Motion second.
Don't mind.
Motion second for approval of item number 9C with conditions.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tom Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Ness.
Yes. Item 9D, public hearing discussion and possible action on planning commission recommendation for conditional use permit for commercial disposal of Patsy Ann McMahon, trustee of the Juanita Griffith Family Trust, Charter Oak Production LLC for Juanita Saltwater SWD number 1, located in southwest quarter, section 27-9 north, range 4 western Meridian, Plain County, Oklahoma. Property location approximately 1/2 mile west of the intersection southwest 24th Street and 62, then north on Leach Road and right at the Y, existing location Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case of UPOR 2022-013. This is then continued to our next regularly scheduled council meeting. Item number 9E, discussion of possible action on planning commission recommendation for amendment to the Newcastle Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Chapter 155, sign regulations, Section 155.26A, requiring billboards and similar non-accessory signs to be permitted as a use permitted on review, and for adoption of ordinance number 940.
This ordinance amendment is regarding billboards, chapter 155.35. Just a little bit of background on this. We had a application for a UPOR for a billboard on Highway 76. It went before Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, when we made our recommendation, they noted that this was a part of the ordinance on the properly zoned property fronting on controlled access expressways and zoning districts. Planning Commission recommended that we make an amendment, that was not the intention, that included that language, but yet a use permitted on review when they did some ordinance amendments several years ago. So staff went back and did the ordinance amendment and presented it to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance amendment to be a UPOR in any zoning district. The reason being is that the controlled access expressway is you have to have a barrier, a median to be, to have and frankly there is only one road in Newcastle that meets that criteria, which is Highway 9, 76, 37, and 62 don't. Now that opens that up. However, you still have to go through the UPOR process to receive that. So.
And we tried to fix that years ago. It originally used that you could only put billboards in industrially zoned land.
Correct.
So they had to come in and request it could be rezoned to industrial just to place a billboard there. So we made it UPOR, and we apparently didn't do a very good job when we did that. So this cleans it up a little bit.
And And this, chapter is included in the review that the other company will do?
Yes, this is then, yeah, our sign ordinance, correct.
Public comment concerning this agenda item? Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 9E.
I'll second.
Motion second for approval of item number 9E.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Klein,
Yes.
Jim Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 9F, discussion of possible action on adoption of emergency clause, ordinance number 940.
Motion to approve agenda item 9F.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 9F.
Mike Fullerton, oh, yeah, I know.
Yes.
Tommy Klein,
Yes.
Jim Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White,
Yeah.
Carl Nell.
Yes.
I thought you had that look on your face like, who wrote that?
Item number 9G, public hearing, discussion of possible action on planning commission recommendation on an application for youth permitted on review for a billboard for Chris Stone and Heather Stone located in North Ave, South Ave, Northwest quarter of section 29, township 9 North, range 4 West, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma. Property address 1840 State Highway 76, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number UPOR 2023-008.
As you stated, this request is for special use for 12 by 24 billboard on agricultural zone property. Owner is Chris Stone. We have general agriculture surrounding it with predominantly single-family dwellings surrounding this site. This led staff, obviously, when this first came to us, we had consulted with the applicant that this is a predominantly single-family dwelling. It's not on a commercial zone property. As to the north, you'll see the hatch mark right here. This is at the corner of Southwest 16th and Highway 76. It's a commercial zone. So previously there had been a billboard allowed there. Staff did not believe that the billboard in this location followed what our planning and zoning and our future land use to be, and did recommend denial of the request. We did have many of the surrounding property owners come attend the planning commission meeting and spoke out against in protest against the billboard at this location. And staff, planning commission did make a recommendation of denial for this request.
So what's to the north? So this is south. 76? And what property is that with the hash marks?
It's a PUD that has the mini storage and
It's on the southeast corner of that intersection though.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is further down.
Correct.
And goes
approximately 800 feet.
800, somewhere around
No, it has to be south of here. Here's mini storage.
Mini storage is here.
And it's on the other side of the road from mini storage, right?
No, it's on the same side.
Same property.
Same side.
Okay.
So
This is
we don't like it
adjacent
down there.
property to the south.
Excuse me?
It's adjacent property to the south.
Adjacent to.
Is it north of that long driveway
Yes,
street?
and those, the people that live on that private drive
Okay.
were our principal
Okay.
opponents to this.
And we're not favorable to billboards?
No, they thought that'd really be a problem for them and their houses, which just set back to the back edge of this lot.
There's a billboard on that property right now, isn't there?
Sorry?
No, there's a billboard here. This area right here. There's a billboard.
Up in the area where
must be it.
the storage is.
Yeah.
Where storage is going in. That corner on the north side, which is next to Petra's, is commercial, and their PUD for those storage buildings is a commercial use. And because it's right there in that double commercial area is why we let that billboard be there originally.
This is where the storage is. Mini storage is up here?
That's correct.
Okay, I was mistaken. Sorry. I was thinking we were on that property.
And this is getting back down into both sides of the road are either churches residential.
Yeah.
And the billboard just doesn't fit in the use there. And certainly our future development of that. 76, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
So it's closer to 24.
No.
It's not that
It's a
far
little
south.
ways.
Is it just basically across the street from Marantha Baptist Church?
Right.
Just north barely, yeah.
So it's closer to 16.
Kind of catty corner across the road from there, nothing, northeast.
Okay.
The property it's on is on what, agriculture?
Ag.
Now my question, I mean, is the reason why, if that was commercial property, would we be approving this?
Well,
I will say that I wouldn't probably recommend a commercial rezoning at that location at this point in time because it's all predominantly single family. Now, if it was commercial in nature and from this property here to the north and it connected with this property, then it would have to be low impact type of commercial neighborhood type services, office uses and such. Again, we don't have sewer here. There is water available. And so there's the things that staff looks at when we are doing a rezoning for a recommendation. And just like this here, this PUD had many stipulations on the drainage and the uses because of the water and sewer. Again.
Was there any protest on this?
There was not formally protest filed with the city clerk, but we did have a free full house on surrounding neighbors came and spoke out against the billboard.
yeah, and when we talk about commercial, and one of the things we tried to get away with, and there's some examples in kind of where we did a pretty poor job of allowing billboards to come in, but one of the things we tried to avoid was billboards in commercial zoned areas because it doesn't look really good to have a billboard overhanging in commercial business.
Mm-hmm.
And so we tried to limit that on Highway 37, on Highway 9, those areas.
I'm not a fan of billboards, period, inside city limits. I mean, I think there's a place for them on side of highway.
Interstate.
Right,
something
more
like that.
rurally areas, not
Yeah.
commercial.
So only reason I was asking the question is because we have a billboard not 400 feet from.
It's about 800 feet.
About 800 feet, so.
Well, in our ordinance, it says it's gotta be 750.
Because it was on commercial?
Huh?
Because it was on commercial?
Right. When they developed
There's
that,
already an existing one close by.
Yeah, there's this one right there. You know where that mini storage is? On the
On the
south side
bill-
of the mini storage property.
That's the billboard right
There's a
there.
billboard.
Oh, I see it now.
That right
I
there.
see it. There it is. There.
And we're saying even if we do approve billboards, we won't further than that part anyway.
The ordinance calls for it to be
750.
750.
So they
Distance.
just would make that, but they're,
But there's
in
single
this
family
particular
houses.
case, yeah. And that long drive is a private drive, and this would put it just right at, pretty well at the edge of it on the property, on different property owner, but right there.
Something a long time ago, ODOT and billboard signs along highways.
Yeah, on 44 it has to be, so further south of here where it connects with 44, then you have to have ODOT approval as well. And that is in our ordinance.
Well, and what the ordinance problem here, I think something got dropped in one of our recodifications because any zoning on a divided highway or a controlled access highway was meant for the I-44 corridor. The other provision required the industrial zoning and 750-foot spacing, and they did take out the industrial zoning requirement, but still required a UPOR and 750-foot spacing. Partly because of my, we were recognizing that billboards weren't particularly a good picket fence along our main thoroughfare.
Here tonight, Mayor.
I believe so.
Yes. Oh,
He was.
no, he was, and he
Was.
left.
I wouldn't call him for him yet, I just didn't know if we would have it.
You know, and I did attend planning, and he did speak to planning, and if I can remember his comments correctly, he said he's just trying to figure out a way to make a little more money off his property. That was his comment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do have we denied similar before in this type of case?
We denied one for the Bob Moore Group on Highway 9 in Santa Fe because they actually had it 99% built before we found it, and they didn't have a permit. And the reason it's still standing is they indicated they were going to utilize it as an accessory sign for their potential development they were going to do there, which they haven't done about 10 years ago. So, but yes, we have on our.
We actually had one taken down too, didn't we?
There by the credit union.
Well, 37.
By the credit union, by the credit union, they were going to build a bank.
We undid that.
We undid, well, we gave permission for the bank to use it as an advertising until they built the bank.
But later we undid it.
We undid it because they sold the property
Which
to
bank? Which?
some,
The oil company that make $1 million.
Yeah, it was Stan's Brothers, and it originally was Chick-fil-A Bank and Trust, and it was advertised in the bank, and then the oil company bought it, and Stan's Brothers did, and they wanted to use it as a billboard, and we would not allow that.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've got some.
Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. I mean, if we've got precedents in for the houses, then.
Billboards are, like I said, we have a need in Newcastle in certain areas for billboards, and primarily I would think along the interstate highway system. If we're wanting to advertise some things that would entice people to exit and spend their money in Newcastle to buy something at a Wendy's, should we have one, or something like that.
Speaking of dead horse. Speaking of dead horse.
Right off the interstate, I mean, just.
Yeah, but but through our thoroughfares, I don't see the benefit of billboards.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
That was something. Okay.
I agree.
I would say I agree with that.
Okay.
I'm glad you're on board.
That's pretty sound.
And the recommendation is a denial from the planning commission, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And staff both.
Correct.
We ready?
Yes, sir.
Go.
Which one we got here?
G. Only,
Turn it over.
only 14 more, Tommy, or 15.
I'm telling you, so I'm gonna read this one, no. Make a motion to also deny, the, application on item G.
Second.
Motion is second for denial of item number 9G, UPR 2023-008.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Klein,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 10 of 26. Discussion of possible action on award of proposal and authorization to enter into contract with the consulting firm for a state of the Newcastle Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Chapter 153, Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 154, Zoning Regulations, and Chapter 155, Sign Regulations.
Same topic as.
This is the same topic that had came before you for, in the NPWA meeting with the proposal with the.
We put it on both sides so she wouldn't have to wait.
And it also addresses some of, our subdivision regulations will definitely have to do with some design criteria as well, so.
Exact same order.
Exact
Okay.
same.
All right. Motion for agenda item 10.
For the same group that was awarded.
The same group awarded Breeze and Nichols, right?
Correct.
All right.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 10.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes.
Mayor's hungry over there.
I don't know if I remember their name.
Item number 11, discussion of possible action on adoption of ordinance number 942, amending the Newcastle Code of Ordinance, Title 15, subdivision, section 153.059A, providing for payment of a fee in lieu of dedication of parkland due upon acceptance of final plat for municipal purposes specified therein, and enabling the city council to establish a new public parks and spaces fund for receipt of fees paid in lieu of dedication of parkland.
This ordinance amendment cleans up our ordinance to also include, that was originally left out, when the fee is due if they are doing a fee in lieu of instead of dedication and parkland. So it clarifies that the payment is due at the acceptance of the final plat, and the fees can be utilized for any park upgrade, maintenance, purchase of new parkland, equipment of any kind for any public park. These fees will be collected and kept in the Parkland Development Fund that will hopefully be established as well. And we also noticed when we were going through this, that last sentence in our ordinance, agricultural zone, it needs to be, we just have a little typo there. land is excluded.
So,
Happy to
fine.
answer any
We don't have a
questions.
deja vu. We already passed it. You're just adding that.
Yes, we're
Okay,
adding
good.
this language that's highlighted in yellow.
Cool.
Nothing.
All right, motion for agenda item 11.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 11.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Yes.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White.
That's-
Carl Ness.
Yes.
Yes.
Item number 12, discussion of possible action on adoption of emergency clause ordinance number 942.
Motion to approve agenda item 12.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 12.
We're all sleeping.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Carl Ness.
Yes. Item number 13, discussion of possible action to establish a new account in the general fund for the city of Newcastle for public parks and spaces.
This account will capture these public parks and spaces funds from these developments. We didn't want to mix this with the linkage fees, so we'll keep that separate. But this can be used, as Janae's already pointed out, can be used for a number of things in our parks, including the development of new parks, which is
Cool. Awesome. Motion to approve agenda item 13.
Second.
Motion
May I
second
ask a
for,
question on that? Is there gonna be an effective date? Are we retroing it to when we started collecting?
yesterday.
Okay,
We can begin July 1.
July 1.
Starting
Effective July 1.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 13, effective July 1, 2023.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White.
Yeah.
Carl Ness.
Yes. Item number 14, discussion of possible action on approval of parking lot construction project for Veterans Park.
So this parking lot is approximately $268,880 through First Water. They'll be doing all the laying, and then that includes also the striping for this parking lot, 268 spaces, 8 handicap, including 4 van spaces, 4 regular cars, and then also an area for motorcycles to park on this parking lot. And it should be done, with council approval, it should be done in time for our 4th of July event.
And this is where on the south side?
South side of 10th Street.
We'll add over 400 additional spaces we did not have.
Right. It's
Last
already
year.
cut out there. We've got a little sand and gravel in there now.
Right. You see the
Yeah.
it's going to be nice. And like all of our parking joins to our trail system. So there's hard surface from the parking to pretty much anywhere in the park.
Nice.
Now, our future plan, isn't Southside 10th Street, isn't that where, I mean, we're talking like phase 5.
Yeah, 50 years down the road.
But isn't there a building that's supposed to go there?
Yes.
Yes.
And this is in accordance exactly with our master park plan.
Oh, it is? But so the parking lot will stay there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it called for this parking lot as well.
If you have a copy of that, if you live in your bedroom hanging up of our master park plan, you'll see this parking lot is exactly like that.
Hey, Tommy, it's intentional.
There you go. That's what I was asking. I was making to see if we were setting this.
I was saying it's intentional.
Yes.
It may have to be resurfaced before then.
No, that's fine. I was just asking.
And if you'll notice, one of the things if you'll notice, when we planted trees, we did not plant trees there where we had entrances planned on our master park plan.
We are
Intentionally.
on the
Intentionally.
ball.
There's 3 entrances.
Will there be restrooms, over there as well?
No.
Okay, so-
Well, eventually, but no.
Once the trees are planted, yes.
Sorry. We do have, if we get our pavilion grant and build a pavilion on the north end by the pond, there will be large restrooms there.
Yeah.
As part of that project.
I think that's an insensitive comment by our esteemed city manager. I'll make a motion to approve item 14.
Second.
Motion second for approval item number 14. Getting late, people are getting on the ball.
I know.
That's good.
Yeah.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White.
Yes.
Carl Ness.
Yes.
And 10 o'clock conformance here.
Discussion of possible action on approval of design plan for Newcastle Sports Complex.
I love
Yeah,
this.
let's look at this.
This is different than our last one, isn't it?
Well, we've
never had one.
We haven't had one
We've
before.
never had one.
This is the new land.
It's way different.
This is the new land.
We
Wait.
had something we put together for the grant application that did not include this new land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one was just
For future
putting
new grant.
the bathrooms in the middle.
Yes.
So this just expands on that.
Correct.
So is this it?
This almost, what I saw, basically moves all the fields to the,
No.
keeps the fields exactly where they are.
No. We lose two
Well, there'll
fields
be
on
some
the,
changes.
on the existing.
Huh?
There'll be some changes.
But it looked like we,
No.
can we?
We have a copy of
We're
that
getting
somewhere.
Sure, I know that's land, but
I don't know what this is.
we go to
Oh, no, you're not on the right page. Oh, go down
It
there.
just needs to
Yeah.
be shrunk.
Shrink, yes,
You just need to minimize.
Bring that bad boy down a little bit.
Well, I can't shrink.
Come on, you can shrink.
Can we go down to the
Just
bottom?
minus.
Start to hold your breath.
There it is. Oh, it pops up when you hover on the page, and then it's down at the bottom.
There you
go. So hit the minus now.
This covers the entire 52 acres.
so. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
So we're losing two of the fields there on the south, on the far lower right.
Right here.
The existing fields, yes.
Oh,
Because of
I was,
Oh,
okay.
these two softball fields
Yes,
here.
we're losing those two softball
Those
fields.
baseball fields are the same ones they have.
But you're gaining those two.
We're adding
fields.
these two softball fields here.
I think it's
Oh,
T-ball.
I was totally
Oh,
confused.
T-ball?
Yeah. I think softball, if you look at the way this is designed, softball, yes, is right there. Baseball's up in the northeast corner.
Okay.
And if you notice, the squares on those softballs, those are soccer fields. So those fields can double as soccer fields in addition to
To make the baseball
Yeah,
team mad because they think they belong.
Two
to
soccer, two
Four of
soccer
them.
fields? Oh, four.
them. Yeah, on that bottom left.
So that will give us additional soccer space.
These are the soccer fields. And it is all of the bleacher areas covered, or just some of them? They all have a awning over them?
Sure.
And like,
I think I read that.
close.
I think I read that. I was just making sure.
I hate to say this, but I called Kevin on it.
And I did speak with Joe. There are no short-term, long-term, future, present, anything for an on-ramp at 76.
Oh,
Famous last words on Indian Hills.
right. Okay. Alright, it looks nice. Really nice.
It would be really nice.
and then the parking is amazing.
Yeah.
Getting
Yeah.
people in there.
Off that highway.
And if we get this thing happening, then I think it'll really help provide a resurgence to the league activity in Newcastle.
Yeah.
The what activity?
League, softball and baseball league.
League. And that is I-44 right above it, right?
It is.
Is that just one lane over there, or is that both lanes?
That's both lanes.
Both lanes. So that's gonna be a nice view.
Yeah.
That's gonna be visible down below that, isn't it?
Like, chicken
Like
shack kind of, yep.
Just like Chicken Shack.
And I like the walking trail, the playground area. It's nice.
Walking trail?
We'll say that they
Yeah, where that big pond is up the top, there's a trail that goes
Oh,
all
yeah.
around it.
they can do it over time.
Yeah.
Are those trees intentional?
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
but they look good.
Jeanette
That looks nice.
intentionally put them there.
I like that word.
I'm glad people showed up and listened.
I think that
And you'll see like the part of the phase one grant, that parking lot and stuff for that restaurant, keep going up, I mean, for the blue to the right a little bit. So that is part of that phase one. We tried to keep as much of the phase one grant, things that we were adding, correct. And so we'll lose some, but with those federal funds, as long as you add equal or more value in additional park improvements, then it doesn't do that, correct.
So Jeanette, you access the new white parking lot through the blue one?
Yeah, you'll enter right here, and then the idea is to have an entrance and then an exit. So that helps with the flow of traffic.
The current softball fields are right here.
Correct.
Yes.
So they get completely redone over here.
So tell me your entrance and exits. I see one entrance is to the blue.
There's an entrance and then
Exit's under the plus sign
Is that
there.
blue line?
right there.
Oh, right there.
There's an
Okay,
exit.
good,
Correct.
good,
So
good.
it creates
So you don't have to go north and come back
a
in.
flow of traffic.
And that's an exit off of Highway 130?
And that will,
What's that? No.
That'll be an entrance.
I noticed the page.
Yeah, 130, yes.
Drive up.
Just one entrance, one exit. Trying to keep, and they wanted that too, it's been talked about. Sometimes they want to just take money at the gate when you get in rather than taking for individual fields. So you pay to enter the park.
Yeah.
And that would be one place to pay rather than having staff at every set of fields.
Yeah.
that's what this is set up for.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Take it.
Oh,
I
really?
noticed that, yeah.
And so, that that simplifies things
So
for,
down here will be exit only?
on the left one,
Right
yes.
there.
Oh, so you do have to go all the way up to the blue.
Yep.
It's like Buck Thomas and more.
Yeah, but you go through a lot of parking cars there to get down there. But anyway, I like it.
I don't know, that's how we grew up in Moore. You have to go all the way around the loop. It's just the way it
All we need
was.
is $2 million, guys.
I love it.
Now where's the next grant money to
How
pay
much?
for the rest of
Well,
that?
A few or more.
I know.
We don't even have an
I know.
estimate yet. I mean, but we-
But we have to have it done before we can even try for more, right?
correct, for that property.
These are, sport turf fields, right?
If money allows,
What?
absolutely.
You're kidding, right?
If Ardor,
Dirt and rock.
if Ardor
Let's see,
Incorporated.
if First National will sponsor one, we'll get Ardor to sponsor one. I got at least two, I think.
First National sponsor all softball and,
Absolutely.
yeah, and slash soccer.
I think it's great.
I think that's the.
Alright.
Just something to ponder. I mentioned this to Kevin. I know right now our baseball and softball leagues here are abysmal.
Yeah.
I think that NASA unfortunately has proven inefficient to do what they need to do and what they promised to do, but what the group promised and the people promised no longer around. That's the problem with volunteer groups, is they come in cycles. I firmly believe we need to start really looking at a full-time person that, man, I know Kevin don't like this, but
No, they already came to him, didn't they? Didn't they already come
Well,
to
yeah,
him
I've
and
already
say?
met with Nessa.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing,
Well,
because I know
it's-
they already came to him and were like,
Well,
yeah.
go ahead, sir.
well, I'm just saying that we need to look at a full-time person, and I will tell you that if it's done right, it will pay for the position. It will pay that salary.
Yeah.
It easily, and plus, if you have a really good league coordinator or tournament coordinator that does the things, maintains field, it will absolutely be exceptionally profitable. When Chris Connor was really pushing, I mean, they made more money over there. They funded football. They funded a lot of renovations themselves out of that. I mean, done right, it can produce.
Well, we talked about benchmarking the program over at Moore, and I'm sure they have paid staff to do there, so we may get to that.
They have a coordinator. They have like a NASA. You know what better than I do, but
So basketball is the only sport that Moore actually does. And then individually they have football, softball, and baseball. That are done by, like, kind of like NASA, but they're all individual. They did not put it under one umbrella. Because it's been like that way since
I was a kid.
forever.
Yeah.
the
It still
for
is.
whatever reason, Moore's been able to be successful with it. NASA has. It's just not. I mean, we've never been able to have consistent leadership. So I think we fully need to. Again, I'm saying I think the numbers. I know that this is about 2 years ago. Chris put together a package for NASA because he was advocating for NASA themselves to hire a full-time.
I'm so much in agreement with you, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve item 15. With the assurance that we're gonna get where he wants to go.
I'll second that.
Understood.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Crowley.
Yes.
Tommy.
Item number 16, discussion of possible action approval of transfer of quit claim deed of certain property from the city of Newcastle to the Newcastle Public Works Authority for financing the construction of the Newcastle Animal Shelter. Same deal as on the first one.
I move to approve item 16.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 16.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Shirley Manson.
Yes. Item number 17, discussion of possible action approval of purchase of a 2023 Ford F-250 Super Crew Cab for street department and authorization for payment.
All they do is buy trucks.
We finally found one that came through for the street department.
See, he digs them out, all the way he finds them.
And, this thing is on the lot, on the ground, and actually the guy's waiting on me tomorrow to call him. He, did us a favor by holding it for the last 3.5 weeks. Oh, because there's everybody's after it.
Motion. I make a motion to approve the 17, item 17 before we lose it.
Very good.
Second.
Motion second for
I have
approval of item
Kevin
number
help me
17.
buy my next car.
Motion's coming a little faster after 10.
Oh, yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jean Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White?
Yes.
Carl Ness?
Yes. Item number 18, discussion of possible action on adopting ordinance number 943, amending the Newcastle Code of Ordinance, Title 5, Public Works, Chapter 52, Water, Section 52.09, rates and charges, to establish and assess on all monthly water utility accounts a meter fee for the maintenance and replacement of water meters.
Yesterday we did that.
This is the actual adoption of the ordinance.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve into item 18 as, do I have to say like as we did on the other one, just
Yeah, as we did with rates established. in the
rates
Public Works.
established as recommended by staff on the graph. Staff recommended. I know.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 18.
Make that sound good to me.
Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jean Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White?
Yes.
Carl Ness?
Yes. Item number 19, discussion of possible action on adoption of the emergency clause for ordinance number 943.
Motion approved into item 19.
Second.
Motion second for approval of agenda item number 19.
Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jean Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White?
Yes.
Carl Ness?
Yes. Item number 20, item 28, reappointment of House, or excuse me, discussion of possible action on municipal court judicial reappointments and salary adjustments. Item 28, reappointment of House Saunders to judge.
I'd like to recommend that if I can, with an increase in salary to $12.50 a month,
What is it now?
beginning July 1.
Forgot what it is now. 1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Especially, he's got his work cut out for him in the future too, so I'd like to approve item 20, I move to approve item 28 with the increase in salary to $12.50 per month.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 28 for $12.50 a month.
Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jean Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White? Yes. Carl Ness?
Yes. Item 20B, reappointment of Gordon Harness, assistant municipal judge, for free.
I feel you, baby. I feel you.
If you filled in, I guess you get it.
If it's free, I'd like to double the amount.
You can make what we make.
I won't go home until I know I got a raise.
I make motion to approve item 20B.
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 20B.
Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Jean Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White?
Yes.
Carl Ness?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Judge Harness.
Item number 21, discussion regarding the two toxic trash household hazardous waste disposal event on Saturday, June 3rd, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Chickasaw Training Center, 400 Northwest 32nd Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma.
Joe.
Can I just do it from here?
Oh,
Please go to the podium and
Stretch your legs.
Too toxic to the trash.
Too long.
Too legit quit.
This is about milk toxicity.
Something like that. This is the Too Toxic to Trash Household Waste Disposal Event. It is a grant that is funded through ODEQ, and it's kind of a community environmental protection grant is what it is. The grant I applied for is for $23,000. It is 100% reimbursable. It's a partnership with DEQ, OTA, the Chickasaw Nation, OBN, and RTR Environmental. It collects all different kinds of items: oil-based, pesticides, fuels, batteries, needles, tires, medication, fluorescent lights, things of that nature.
Good.
So it's something that our community has asked for a long time, and so we were able to get the grants and go from there. And that's it. This is more just not promotion, just to let you guys know that we did get this opportunity and that we'll have this event in 2 weeks.
The grant is just to pay for the expense of doing it?
Correct. The hazardous materials and things like that all have a cost
Right.
to remove them. Tires are free.
Yeah.
The RTR Environmental, actually, they come in and remove them. We're actually working with them to hopefully remove our collection of city tires that we have.
Does it help us to pay to the individuals who will be doing the work on that day?
Yes, that's a part of that
Subsequent day?
Correct.
Good.
Correct.
And then
And
we're paying
so,
for whatever citizens drop off as hazardous waste.
correct. And so, citizens are supposed to bring a utility bill to show that they're a citizen, Obviously, that may not happen, so we'll actually have city staff, myself included, at the front to help, make sure that it's mostly citizens that come through, but obviously we, have been told we can be lenient on that.
Good.
So no action on this agenda item?
Nope, just
Thank you.
discussion.
Ms. McNally?
You are welcome, sir. It's my pleasure.
If I could, I should have done this when you were talking about this. I will throw out just general comment here. The legislature is passed and it's ready to be signed, but it's part of the, I won't sign things now until I get my way. Provision, but, judges, municipal judges are gonna be certified after this fall.
Oh, really?
And they'll have to have 12 hours of
CE.
requirements on that. So
Cool.
giving Kyle a raise is probably appropriate.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, item number 22. Continued discussion of possible action on scheduling a joint special meeting in Newcastle Public Works Authority and Newcastle City Council on May 11, 2023 at 6 p.m. in the Newcastle Multipurpose Building for presentation of 2023-2024 budget. Something that works really well. We can grill Kevin. The hours will end.
Absolutely.
Is your presentation to the council for approval?
Correct. Well, not necessarily approval, but, because you won't approve it till June, but what's going to be coming
Kind of
to
the preview.
Yes.
Kind of preview.
We want to know.
And if there's discussion, any, suggested changes, whatever.
Good.
Started doing these special meetings so we would have time to really dig in. Should we
did it last year.
We didn't get too long tonight for me when we did that, so did we?
Yep.
All right, so no action. Are we
Motion, please.
Motion to approve, special joint meeting on May 11th at 6 p.m.
So that's one we already agreed to.
Motion second for approval of special meeting.
Mike Sullivan?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Gene Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White? Yes. Carl Nell?
Yes. Item number 23, city manager's comments.
I don't have any.
Elizabeth. Item number 24, council member comments. Any more sugar?
No comment.
No comment.
Thank
All
you.
right.
I'm tired, that's the problem.
Item number 25A, discussion and possible action on entering into executive session as permitted under 25 OS, section 305B1, discussing the appointment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee, city treasurer's evaluation. Item 25B, discussion and possible action on entering into executive session as permitted under 25 OS, section 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee, city manager's contract for fiscal year 2023-2024. I will make the motion to enter into an executive session with the city attorney and the city manager and city treasurer when called.
Second.
Motion second upon entering into an executive session.
Mike Fuller?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Gene Reed?
Yes.
Marcy White? Yes. Carl Nell?
Yes. We will take a 3.5 minute break.